Okay, I just realized I forgot to update my ad manager, so I'm gonna do that really quickly. See if I can do that while I'm live. Stream manager. Also, I just heard my voice there, so there's about a 4 or 5 second delay on YouTube, so that's good to know. Okay, that's good. So we are swapping over to the 3 minutes every hour, so that should help with the flow of the stream a bit. So that's good. How'd the exam go? Or how are you feeling afterwards, Remnant? It's Friday at least. It is Friday, I think. Okay, let's adjust my multi-chat to only show YouTube because I have a big chat for Twitch, so I don't really need that one. I was tired when I closed up shop last night, and I forgot to put the lid back on my palette, and then I also forgot to close one of my paint pots, so it's just like all around winning. But that's okay. We got some major work knocked in. Kearney, I don't know if you got to see with the start of the plaid and the weathering coming in. But what we're going to do today is we're going to brighten some of these highlights, and then we're going to smooth things out. Are you winning, son? Probably not. I'm just trying to get this. I'm not gonna lie. There is a part of me that really wants to get this in the mail before the 19th. That's not a realistic goal, but just trying to avoid some trying to avoid a little charge on the mail on my end. For those of you that are unaware, shipping is about to get much more expensive for me. So I think I'm just going to come right in, bit of the red on the palette, because I don't really know what I'm doing, and I'm just waking up, having a coffee. I mean, I've already had one, but does the first coffee even count, guys? That's the question for today. Does the first coffee actually count? Everything before the first coffee just non-existent. Like second coffee is when people really come to life. Okay, ad's gonna hit in about 15 seconds here. And then we're gonna get going with the stream. So don't worry, we're not doing anything right now. I'm just putting some color on my palette. I won't start mixing. So for the subscribers that are still here, and for those of you that are gifted subs, etc., you don't have to watch ads right now. Also applies to the Twitch Turbo people, I think. Cowboy life is what is. And Cowboy look is the one I saw. I can't change now because my clothes are bought. Bone, good news and bad news. What's going on, homeboy? What is going on, Remnant? Let's hit that good news first. Excellent, good news. This was the semester's final exam. Hell yeah, dude. And what's the bad news? We got another minute 30 on the ads, but then again, they're only gonna be hitting once an hour now, so. Bad news. I spent an hour of terror trying to go through my answers and see if I passed. So the way you're saying, I told you you'd be fine, dude. Like, I told you you would pass. I told you you're smart. You've been. I mean, the stuff you're talking about goes over my head most of the time, so. And I mean, I don't view myself as a 55 out of 90. That's like a 60 something percent. Or like a 63? 65? Not getting an A, but you don't care. You're. It's not like it's an easy course you're taking right now. You know, if you were telling me that you couldn't, you know, if you're exactly, you know, I didn't do that great in chemistry, but turns out I'm not a chemist. Okay, ad break's coming to an end, so then we can get into the mixing. But I'm glad to hear that you passed, and I'm glad to know that you don't have to resent me for instilling you with false confidence. Okay, everybody's back from ads. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're going to start by taking a bit of the yellow and mixing this into the orange and seeing if I can get an even brighter orange first. Oh yeah, that's a nice one. So then I'm going to take. So now I'm taking the orange. I'm going to pull this in with the Fire Dragon bright, or sorry, with the Mephiston red. Ooh, look at that jump. That's nice. Add a little water to that, keep it flowing, but you see that's going to be a nice little jump in color. It's going to be a bit stark at first, but that's what we're going to come through. We're going to use the glaze method that we've been doing across this model. So essentially we're going to go around, pick out the areas that we think would look better in this color. We're going to put a very, very thin glaze of it over top of them. Probably not a very thin glaze, we're just fairly thin. We're going to start pulling this over areas that we want to be brighter. So that way we can start establishing that there's a highlight color going as well. And again, this is going to look very stark at first, but it'll smooth out as it goes. And we'll apply a few coats of it because we really want to get a nice sharp and almost, I'm going for that like candy apple red almost. Guys, like this is a pretty painstaking standard. Oh, I have really good news as well, actually, that I would love to share with everybody. My Battletech commission will be coming through after all. The buyer messaged me again. I am taking a deposit and picking up the models on probably Monday or Tuesday. Or sorry, Tuesday or Wednesday. There we go. Get that worked out. Bit on the back of the leg. Like such. And Get another sweep on the leg. Like such. And we're just kind of picking out the areas we want to be a bit brighter. Using a nice thinned out paint. Grab an edge. Oh yeah. And we're having a good time. Now, I'm not sure if you guys know this. I figured out yesterday how to set it up so that way I'm listening to music, you guys aren't. So if you guys have music playing right now, let me know what you're listening to. I got some, I just got my shuffle on right now, and we got a bit of leftover crack right now. I liked them a lot when I was younger. Technically, it's... Right now, I'm listening to Leftover Crack covering Morning Glory. Doing good. How you doing, gal? We're doing some glazing, some highlighting, some value sketching. Got another commission confirmed today, which is awesome. Got my multi-stream set up in my YouTube VOD storage. Got a new monitor so I can actually see what I'm doing. I'm doing really good. Working on the Dreadnought commission. Painting today? So we sweep a little bit of that color in over the tops of the hands. Okay, 1 second. So I'm still having my monitor issue. Didn't fix that. Well, one of them. I'm not having the monitor issue that makes my monitor incompatible, but I'm having a desync issue where it says monitor like something out of range, and I've been able to fix it so far by just unplugging it and plugging it back in the HDMI cable, which I don't want to have to keep doing that all night, but or all day today, but if I can figure out what's causing the issue, I will probably fix that. And like such, we're just establishing the areas that we think are going to be even brighter. But yeah, I'm having a great time, and I'm really enjoying that I can kind of listen to music a bit because it keeps me focused. The only downside is I feel like I might get quiet periodically, so if I forget I need to talk, you guys just got to call me out on my shit. So we're using a glaze consistency again, guys. Nice and thin. Maybe not quite a glaze again, more like this is just kind of really thin paint. But we're being kind of rough with our highlights, figuring out where everything's going to go. Out of range? Okay, so what does it mean when it says your monitor is out of range? How do you fix out of range issues on an Asus monitor? Does anybody in my chat know how to do that? Because that would be a wonderful... I will give channel VIP status to the first person who can put in chat how to fix my monitor issue. I don't know how to award a channel VIP, but I'll figure out how to give one out to the first person. Dude, I just bought this monitor yesterday. Also, Remnant, you don't have to worry about that again. Once I figure it out, you were gonna be one anyways. Turning it off and on again does work. It's just annoying because I have to actually unplug the HDMI. Also, y'all are sassy today. I like it. That's what I get for missing a couple days. Just attitude. It probably does. When I changed my refresh rate, it fixed it a bit, and it wasn't happening as often because it was having a black flicker issue before that, and changing the refresh rate got that to stop. But so what we're doing now is, again, we're just coming in, fuzzing some stuff out, slap some color around. We're going to get nice and bright on a few of these details. You're just trying to get that. I know it looks bad what I'm doing right now, but you have to just trust that we're just drawing shapes right now to value sketch the model. And value sketching is an awkward process if you need to understand how light reflects on certain shapes and how it's going to, what shape it's going to make. So it's a weird process. That this is a really good 2D illustration technique. You don't get sass from me because you're just kidding about passing. Fair enough, dude. I'm stoked that you passed. College is stressful. I dropped out. And, like, I've been talking about going back to college lately, but if I do, I'm going back to study art. You know, if I do have to go back to school, if commission painting and Twitch doesn't end up being able to, provide for me in a way that I would ideally like, which, I'm not setting my hopes up on that or anything, but it would be nice if I could make a career out of commission painting. And, I'm actually getting pretty close. This month I did very well. Did 3 commissions, so I mean, that's pretty good for me. Dude, the day you get your bachelor's degree, you just, like, in my opinion, earn the right to sass people. Unwashed masses don't know what it's like trying to get one of those. Especially in a country that has an actual standard of education, unlike my country. The university I went to just dropped in rankings recently to number 1,700 in the country. That might be internationally, but even then, being 1,700th in the world is not very good. Right? Dude, I'm not even trying to pretend that I got a real education. I went to a diploma mill. It just so happened that the diploma mill got university accreditation a couple years before, so people didn't realize that it was still a diploma mill. But yeah, it was essentially, it did have a really good culinary program for a while. So due to that, despite the fact, and what's funny is I never took culinary in school. However, my wife did, and several of my friends did. So I was able to like exploit that and learn a lot of the curriculum of the culinary program through secondhand knowledge, because the school trained like most of the chefs I worked under in my career. My restaurant career. You guys remember how like Bob Ross would talk about how like when he was in the army he was a giant jerk? It's like it was pretty much me as a cook, as just like imagine drill sergeant boneless. Just imagine a very strung out 20-year-old who took Full Metal Jacket just a little too seriously. You got me in the kitchen. Oh no, we're worse than Ramsey. It was more like a young Bourdain. For anybody that's read Kitchen Confidentials, you'll understand what that means. Yeah, it was more like a young Anthony Bourdain. Except without any of the cooking talent that Bourdain had, because the guy was a very, very gifted chef and just a very important person in the culinary world. And also an absolute degenerate. If anybody here wants to just be grossed out but also read a hilarious book about what the food industry in North America was like to work in, um, and actually, I imagine to my European viewers, it's probably the same over there, because North American cooking and the way we do it here is based on the French brigade system. So like it's not a fun environment. Out of range, eat my balls, Asus. Okay, I'm gonna look at how to fix this out of range issue really quickly, because this is gonna be an issue because I need to be able to read my chat. So let's deal with that really quick. I apologize, guys. I type like an absolute madman, so you're gonna hear some like. If it sounds like if any of you have headphones, it's gonna sound like your neighborhood's getting shelled for a second. I apologize. Okay, so it says open control panel, appearance, personal screen resolution. Okay, so it says I have to change display settings. It says it should be at 1920 by 1080. Multiple displays? No. Advanced display settings. Refresh rate. Let's try hitting 75 hertz. See if that fixes it. And try bringing the refresh rate down and see if that makes it better. It already looks better at a lower refresh, so I think my computer was struggling with 120 hertz. I think that my computer was not capable of producing 120 frames and it was causing issues. That would make sense. I mean, it's not a good computer. Painting Krieg. You guys see what I mean now? Like, even from a distance, it's just like thundering on the keyboard. I've got one of them clacky clackers. You know the ones. I got one of those extra clacky keyboards for that extra immersive experience. Okay, I'm gonna bring another sweep at this color in here. Ooh, that's a nice kind of blood orange color. That's a bit too bright, but we can sweep a bit more red in like such. Like, that's all you got to do. Ooh-wee. It's going to be a nice red. Give your brush a rinsey rinse. Lots of water. We want this to be thin. And just remember, once this is all applied, guys, we'll go through at the very end and we're going to re-glaze in the... or we are going to glaze the final red color in over all of this. So we're just going to put a few sweeps of this in. And again, it's going to look very stark at first, and that's okay. And we just want to get all those panels looking their best. And we are going to have to do several coats of this color to get it looking good. And then again, we will come through at the very end. Once the colors are all highlighted, I think I'm probably going to end up doing another oil wash, I think, before I come through and edge highlight it. So this is how you value sketch a model, guys, is we're not really worrying about how clean our blends are right now. We're not worrying about how good they look. We're just worrying about making sure they're in the right places and that we're getting the transitions built up that we're trying to build up. So don't be as worried about how good your transitions look and just be more worried about, are the transitions, oh crap. I just smudged a thumbprint in somewhere that I have to now fuzz out. It's more about, though, being able to get these really interesting looking transitions. And those will help you with your... Just you gotta trust the process here, guys. Painting Krieg. Heck yeah. So we're just moving around across the project. It's looking good. This red is starting to look really good. I'm really proud of this. The only downside is as it's getting better and better, I don't really want to weather it now. I know I should, and I know that was the agreement, is that we want to have some chips and some battle damage in it, but... Oh, crud. So there we go. And like such, again, we're just picking out some details. There we go. And like such, we're just trying to remember how we're placing our shadows so that way we're getting a nice consistent feel. And remember that we can go through at the very end and smooth everything out. Bring it all back into that red spectrum, get it all reading correctly, which we will do that. And yeah, I think the red is getting better looking. It's a bit weird to see right now because there's some starkness to it because again we are using a value shading process. And then I'm just seeing that how I did these, I need to then come in with a line like that and that. Because I did that, and that'll connect like that. You guys see, it's just getting a transition built up. We're getting the areas that have light hitting them. And then once this is all done, once we value shaded all of this, what we'll do is we'll come through and we'll do an edge highlight. Edge highlighting is a nice, easy, fun process. And so far, I am also digging the fact that we have the upload to YouTube. That's just going to be really rad. Being able to have VOD storage where people will actually want to watch them. So I'm pretty pumped about that. A little bit on the top, see the footy. And while we're just waiting for some to dry, maybe we come through, hit the hands again. So right now you want to be grabbing by the white areas because that's where it's going to be safe. And there we go, we're getting some of that red on the hand. You know, this is starting to look real Dreadnoughty. And like, I think an oil wash, the metallics will be near perfect. We'll have to do a little bit to clean up the plaid. Red's got to dry, and we'll have to finish up the white, but we'll probably come through and be able to do the gloss varnish on this guy today at least. We're going to make some good progress. And yeah, how are you guys liking this one? Is it, sorry, it's just trying to always grab by somewhere that's dry is a little bit awkward. But yeah, how is the Dreadnought turning out in your guys' opinion? What do people are liking? Is there anything that you're not understanding about what I'm doing right now? Is the process awkward, or are you just like, what is he doing? Why is he doing what he's doing? Or am I being clear enough about explaining kind of how value shading works? Because essentially we're just building up the transitions, getting the lighting to look correct, getting the lighting to look interesting. And then what we're going to do is we will come through and smooth everything out after we get all the highlights applied. So it's really just about getting that Get that initial visual interest going, right? I'm quite happy with the weathering. I want to go a little bit further on the weathering, though. So I'm going to come in with a second oil wash, I think, later on. And then do a final cleanup. And again, like, the red is quite rough right now, but it will be smooth. As we smooth it out, it's going to really start to capture the lighting. Well, is anybody in here a fan of Tool? I'm not, but if you are, Maynard James Keenan sucks. I say that because I'm listening to Green Jelly right now, and my thought is always whenever I hear them that I was like, man, the best thing Maynard James Keenan ever did with his career was being the voice of the Three Little Pigs. Everything in Tool is inferior to Three Little Pigs by Green Jelly. And this is called rage baiting. The best way to do that is you have to make sure you're picking an audience that has a very passionate fan base. Tool is usually a very easy target. And guys, we are having a great time right now. I am absolutely loving this. And yeah, again, like, just having music to listen to on my end is quite nice as well. It's helping me. I think that's going to make these longer streams a bit more feasible. For those of you that don't know, again, with the new earlier start, we are now doing 6.5 hours a day. So we will be live about just over 30 hours a week. Now that we've got the VOD storage for YouTube sorted, which I think I told you guys my guarantee was I would have that up and running by the end of the month. So I made good on that. Okay. I'm going to take a little bit of water in my brush. I'm going to get ready to start doing some edge highlights. That is not the right consistency. Oh god, I'm just... Oof. Sorry, I just really bungled something. There we go. Thank you, water, for being able to fix mistakes. Okay, that was way too stark. Okay, so I'm going to take the pure orange, a bit thicker, pull the excess moisture out of my brush on a piece of tissue so that way I know that I'm not overloaded. And I'm going to come in and I'm going to start doing some edge highlights. And I'm going to use pure Troll Slayer orange for this because I am going to be coming back through and glazing afterwards. So this will help take the orange highlights and shift them back into the red spectrum. Let's get the red knocked through. I'll show you that first highlight. So we're going to do that across all the red panels. Give them an orange line like that. And then, holy water in my brush, Batman, right? That's definitely that is a control your moisture moment. Or that was a control your moisture moment. So we're just going through. We're going to edge highlight all the red panels. And the nice thing with the Dreadnought is we've got a lot of flat panels, so this should be a pretty quick and easy process. And just remember that when we glaze the red back over them, it'll make them look more red. So this is the next step, guys. So we have to do some edge highlighting. Sorry, my phone was ringing there. Sorry about that. I just had a phone call, and I don't know who it was, and I don't answer phone calls that I don't know. You guys just learned something about me. I don't answer my phone. I don't know why I have one. Honestly, I'd like to get rid of my smartphone. I think it's a waste of my time and energy. Pretty much anytime I'm staring at my phone, my brain's just going like, you could be painting right now. Which is, I guess that's a good thing, because, like, my phone makes me feel guilty. I don't get the dopamine from it anymore. It just makes me feel sad and angry. And then it's like, I have way better things I could be doing with my time. I guess that's also the downside with the curated news feeds, is when it realizes that you're interested in, economics and global affairs, it's just going to feed you the most depressing shit it can. Okay, that is one of the shoulder pads highlighted. I wanted to give you 100 pounds as well. Boom! So there's the first one there. Throw that edge highlight in there. And then we will rotate, grab the kneecap. And we're not too worried right now. Just nice, easy painting. Yeah. Anytime I end up staring at my phone, I'm just always end up in that, I gotta... Let's grab the top of the knee pad. Bang. Got that looking good. I don't know if you guys can see that, but essentially, yeah, we're just going through. We're going to pick out all these orange lines. It's going to start giving everything that kind of nice 3D effect. So we're going to do a classic heavy metal paint job now. Or we're moving into some classic heavy metal style of painting. So if you're unfamiliar with the heavy metal style, it means edge highlight everything. So my way of painting is a combination of several miniature painters that I like and admire, paired with a couple things I feel like I kind of worked up on my own from from trying to learn 2D art. So the big one is that I kind of combine the next level painting system, or like the OG one, with the heavy metal system, or with the heavy metal system. And I mean, I can't do either system as well as either team or either painters, but I know a couple tricks and things like you just saw there. Like that's one you can use if you're very careful. You can just kind of fuzz something out if it goes a bit too big. But I like to do especially if I want like especially for something that's like commission. Like I want something that's just gonna look really, really good and sharp on the table. So what I'm going for is essentially we're gonna over highlight every detail, get everything popping, looking good, panel lined, and then what we'll do afterwards, glaze it all together. We might do some final edge highlights on a couple areas to add in some final brightness, but we're just right now popping all of these details out. And as you see, it doesn't take as long as you might think. Like we've already done the cod piece, the shoulder pad, one of the knee pads, part of the back. Like it does not take that long to edge highlight everything. So once we go through, we get all those edge highlights established, then we'll go through and we will apply a glaze of the red. Just the pure mid-tone Mephiston red is what we're using for that. Now we got some Outcast playing. Anybody in here listen to Outcast? Little Andre 3000, Big Boy. They're fantastic. And if you are a fan of Killer Mike or Run the Jewels, then you have to like Outcast, because Big Boy literally gave Killer Mike his start. For those of you that didn't know that. Which is why Big Boy's featured on a couple different songs, like Banana Clippin' and what's the other one? Catch Me, which is technically a Danger Mouse song, but I don't know. Is it any hip hop heads in here? I realize I'm just rambling about this, and I'm like, I should see. Do we have any hip hop heads in the chat? Because if you want to talk rap music or hip hop, we can do that for a while. I mean, I'm a big fan of punk and heavy metal as well. Those were my first loves. But I mean, like I don't limit myself to one specific thing anymore, especially with music. There's just so much good stuff out there that, like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm in the mood for synthwave, so I'm gonna listen to some synthwave. And it doesn't mean that I don't like heavy metal that day. It just means that in that moment I wanted to listen to something else, or the mood was feeling something else. There was a different vibe. Too eclectic? Yeah, I've got kind of the same thing here. If you're not picking up, I do have a very eclectic taste. Although I really like live music, so I try to go and see a lot of the acts and performers that I like. It's always fun. You get to interact with so many different crowds of people. Killer Mike was a really fun show. Um, I had a lot of fun there. That was a really good one. Um, I mean, Guar I've seen 6 times. Been to Guar 6 times. Amon Amarth, Skeleton Witch, um, 3 Inches of Blood, Goat Whore. Um, but then also like I've like Brother Ali and Atmosphere and Charlie Tuna, Social Distortion, the Dreadnoughts. Judas Priest, Iron Maiden. Like I like live music, and I'll if it's a band I'm interested in and I can afford it, like I'll usually try and go and check them out. I was gonna go and see Dead Prez, or I wanted to go and see Dead Prez last year, but he was performing on the same day as Killer Mike in a different city, so I had to kind of make the choice of who I wanted to see more. So we went to the Killer Mike show, and it was really good, and I don't regret it. How about favorite music artists? Favorite music artists. That changes for me quite a bit, but right now I've got a couple that I've had on a lot. Dreadnoughts are always one of my top bands. Um, they're they're local and they're just really good. Bit of international recognition, but yeah, Dreadnoughts are probably one of my favorite bands. Um, Jurassic 5. I absolutely love Jurassic 5. Run the Jewels. Run the Jewels are one of my that's easily one of my top artists. Let's make another selection. Let's say 3 Inches of Blood. And we're doing a pick 5, I guess, here. So let's say I got Run the Jewels. I got the Dreadnoughts. I've got Jurassic 5. I grabbed, I don't know. Aesop Rock would have to be one of them. Like, he's just too good. If anybody, again, in here, if you do like hip-hop and you don't listen to Aesop, you're missing out. There's a guy called Ken Ashcorp. Unfamiliar with that one. Not really my thing, but to each their own. I'm glad I didn't have my screen pulled up because the Google result was a little bit NSFW. But yeah, again, to each their own. There's nothing wrong with that. People can like weird things. I mean, again, like I have to say, Guar. Guar is probably on my list of like my all-time favorite bands, and then I'll round out that list and throw in Judas Priest as well. Oh no, but I didn't leave room for King Diamond. Greatest Danish musician of all time. Well, singer. Because we all know that Hank Sherman is the greatest Danish musician, the guitar player to Merciful Fate. Unless you guys also claimed, unless you guys also claim Andy LaRocque, because he's really good. Like all of the guys in the all of the King Diamond guys or Merciful Fate musicians.
Like, all of them are so good and so talented. Yeah, King Diamond has to be one of my top bands. I really like Bad Religion, but I haven't seen them. And yeah, like Social Distortion is just some of my like favorite dad rock slash crying music.
And like such, guys, we are getting a really awesome result. So there we go. We've edge highlighted the shoulder pads, the legs. We got to do the hand and the back. But you see what I'm saying about how this is one of those things where it feels like it's going to take forever, but you put on some good music, you're hanging out, you're chatting along. We're not really thinking about the edge highlighting. We're not worried. We're not stressing out. And yeah, we're just vibing, talking about tunes, listening to some good tunes. And man, that is looking really good. One more. Give that a sweep. And there we go. We're getting close. Just using the lines the model provides. And the model provides. So you guys see, again, we're just getting that edge highlight that smooths out the reds for us, and we're going to smooth them out one more time with some final highlights. Or sorry, with a final glaze at the end. Ooh. For those of you that don't know, my all-time favorite song just came on. This is like my actual favorite song. Do 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 ba da da ba da da la da 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 ba la da 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 da. Now I'ma say this one time, boy, and that's my word. We rocket shots and not fire through the Hindenburg. The contribution was clear. You add water to bone. Get the Jurassic 5 on the microphone. I really like Jurassic 5. Specifically as well, Charlie Tuna. Both as a musician and an artist. For those of you that don't know, Charlie Tuna is also a graffiti artist, and he really likes doing spray paints of dinosaurs and things. So we've got an ad break coming up in about 4.5 minutes here, guys. When that happens, I'm going to pop up, get a drink and everything, so don't worry about me progressing things while you are gone. We are no longer doing the 90 seconds every 30 minutes. We have changed to the 3 minutes on the hour, so we got to make Daddy Bezos happy, or he won't pay me that sweet, sweet affiliate money. And I apologize about that, but I'm going to use it as an opportunity to have a quick stretch, drink some coffee. And if you don't want to see the ads,
Twitch Turbo or Prime subs are a great way to avoid them. So there we go.
Got that nice hand, looking handy.
And this is what I mean, guys. Like your edge highlighting process, it doesn't have to be painstaking. Sometimes you just have to draw a line. You know, like this.
Get the inside of the hand there. Just a couple little lines, you know? It does a lot.
Right in here. Go like such. Playground tactic, no rabbit in a hat trick, just that classic rap shit from Jurassic. So I don't have music playing for you guys, but I will serenade you instead. You guys don't get to listen to what I'm listening to, but I'll sing it for you. I think that keeps me DMCA safe. Hey, I'm tuna fish from UNIT. Why do or die? Anti-Illuminati. Why do believe it from my vocals? Leave the ghetto, start swimming. Forever winning. I'm in it like metal locks in it. I get goosebumps when that bassline jumps. How to avoid DMCA 101. I'll just sing the songs myself. I don't know if I have to pay licensing for that. Just why I make sure to keep stopping every 12 seconds and not continuing. That'll be the day when labels pave our way. Tuna what you say when MCs come and play.
So yeah, ads are gonna hit in 2 minutes, guys. 2-minute warning. So if you are watching on PC or anything, don't click off, but in 2 minutes, it's a good time to go and get a drink. I mean, I didn't say that. Shh. It's like don't close out the monitor, but also
We're going to use that as a chance to grab a beverage, so that way we don't miss anything. If anybody's watching on YouTube right now, once an hour, we're going to take a little break and stretch. And hot diggity dang, this is looking honestly better than I thought it would.
that red. What do you guys think of that? In comparison to where we started today, what are we thinking about the red? Excellent. Ads are about to hit. I will be back in about 3 seconds here, guys. Or 3 minutes. I'm gonna grab a beverage. We're back from our beverage of grabbing, which definitely wasn't code for cannabis. No siree. Would not do such a thing. The real ones, no. Everybody else is in an ad break right now. Just go back to it completely nonchalant. Nobody has to know. But now the subscribers know what I actually do when I take my breaks. He's not getting water at all. There we go. There's a fun moment for everybody. There was a lore moment. Secret lore moment for subscribers only. Give them something of worth, finally. I mean, other than my charming personality, ad-free, which... Alright, that's enough silliness. We're going to come back to the model here. We're just going to go right into... I'm going to take another dollop of the Mephiston Red on my palette, and I'm going to get ready to do that glaze that we were talking about. So, got a nice little dollop of that. Bit of water on the brush, or a bit of water on the palette. I'm gonna go really thin here, so we're gonna be like... I'm gonna show you guys my mixture of paint. But so we're already at about like 7-8 parts water. Like this is... You guys want you guys to see what I've mixed up here, okay? So that is red. That is just red paint water at this point. There's very, very low pigmentation in this, which is what we want. So I'm going to take this, and I'll actually show you, because it's a nice safe color. It's Mephiston Red. So without my brush being overloaded, I'm going to show you how it goes on. See how it's that nice, very, very faint red. And you got to understand, like, this is Irish, Danish skin. They don't make skin whiter than this, other than I think Finland. So you're gonna make that came out wrong, and like with that, like it could have been a racially charged statement. So I need to be very careful with how I say things like that. No, I'm trying to make the joke that it's like, you know, they don't make people more pale than this. Perfect. So if it's coming up that translucent on my skin over the reds, you're not going to see it really, which is what we want. So now I'm going to take my size 12. I'm going to load it with water first. Now when I come in, I'm going to have a very, very thin mixture that I'm just going to sweep over everything. It's okay. It can go over literally everything. It's the whole point of this color now. It's going to do all the work for us. By going this thin, look at that. Look at how the lines... Exactly. Oh, bro! That one hurt, but also true. I mean, I think, like... I spend an unhealthy amount of time inside. But yeah, I've pretty much got the Reddit mod skin, so... That one hurt, but it's also true. "10 out of 10, good roast."
But as you see, we sweep this color in. It slowly just brings that orange a little bit back more into the red spectrum. And see how those highlights and their shadows are just smoothing out. Oh yeah, no, dude, that was a 10 out of 10. Like if I was on r/roast me, you did. I'd have awarded that comment. I know better than posting on r/roast me. You're asking for the most unfiltered parts of the internet to just give you their worst. Why would you think that you can take it? So again, guys, as you see, we just glaze this color in. I don't even care if it gets in some of the recesses, as you see. It'll just smooth them out too. You know, I am keeping it to certain areas and focusing it. But you see how much the value sketching is now disappearing, and now it's looking like we're gonna take it to look like shitty. We're gonna slowly take it from shitty value sketching to making people be like, "Whoa." I want people to ask what airbrush I used on this, and then I'm gonna tell them this is a size 12 brush. You know, that's the point of how we're going about this one. I this is this is an important landmark to me. This is my first international commission. So I don't know if Kearney's in the chat right now, but I'm putting a little bit more time and effort and love into this than I normally would be able to at the price point we agreed upon. But because it's just like this is I think just as important to me as I think it is to him, or as I want it to be to him. So this is a really a big landmark model for me. As again, yeah, this is my first international commission. So the first time I've ever like had to paint something and then got to figure out a way to ship it overseas, which is, well, not overseas. It's literally to a landlocked area that I'm neighboring, but the sentiment stands. That you know, because there's you know, this is a first for me. It makes me want to just put a little bit extra into it. Also, because when I mentioned I was display painting to another painter, he was like, "I don't think I've seen your display work before," and it was just that internal moment of just being crushed, being like, "Oh, you didn't mean that as an insult, but like, ow." I'm kidding. Now, this is also because, yeah, I'm trying to push my boundaries and show people kind of what I can do, right? Like, this is a chance to really showcase myself and my work in a way I've never been able to before. And, you know, if it's the first time I'm ever having a chance for international viewers in a new, like the first time people internationally will ever get to see my work in person, and that opens me up to a whole new audience of people who then, you know, if he games with somebody and they ask who did that dreadnought for you, you know, it's a really cool moment. So I'm really excited, and I just have to, for personal reasons, I just have to push this model to a degree that I haven't painted before. I gotta this one. I'm proving some things to myself here. Oh, you better not be doing the thing, monitor. It just flickered black on me. That's okay. I'll figure it out. I know how to deal with it now, at least, if it does the actual thing. So same thing, let's apply the red glaze over the knee pad like such.
And now, look at those blends. How much smoother do those blends look after this?
This is the miracle of glazing, guys, is you go in afterwards, you just do a little thin coat, bring all your colors together. With the midtone.
A very, very thin coat of it. And then you just get these incredible looking reds.
And I'm probably, my goal is to have this guy finished on by Sunday, because I'm probably going to take him to a gaming group with me. And any like final work that I need to do, I'll do there. Because one of the guys I was gaming with wants to see like my good work as well, because he's getting, or he pays another commission painter, and the guy's been kind of flaking on him, and he hasn't really been stoked on the quality of the work. And I saw some of the work that he was getting, and I kind of had to ask him. I was like, dude, what did you pay for this? Because like, if it was more than, you know, $200, you got ripped off. Okay. Holy crap, I'm loving that. I'm trying not to fall in love with the piece too much, because it could very easily turn into a... I don't want this to turn into a situation where it's like, here's your deposit back. Thanks for the Dreadnought. I'm kidding. I would never do that. But like, that's kind of, as I'm painting this, it's one of those models where I'm like, I didn't know how much I enjoyed this. I very much hope, Kearney, again, if you still want a Brutalis, a Brutalis, as they're called, as well, I'll gladly do one of those for you as well. I am apologetic I had to do the Redemptor, but stock be stock sometimes, so if I can get my hands on a Brutalis, still love to do one of those for you as well. And again, we're just smoothing out all of this red just a little bit. So we're going to sweep this color in very faintly over these details. Get that looking good and crisp. I Mike Tyson to my S there. Soft wilted compromise. Some things you can't abide by. Suffer them going. And there we go. Got that panel. Let's grab this one. Another glaze. And this is kind of, again, the value sketch, guys.
Love to see an old box Dreadnought
In this style. Dude, I would love... I don't know if you know this. The old box Dreadnought is the only kit I've never been able to assemble. I've tried to build 2 of them, and both times I gave up. Like, for some reason, I cannot get one to go together. Okay, 1 second.
Just bear with me for 1 second. Nothing like receiving an AI call from myself from a different province. I am not, because they are a very plentiful model that people still have and will sell for a low price because of the new Dreadnoughts and because people like the new Dreadnoughts better. So that means I don't have to build them anymore. So it means I can still paint them and acquire them secondhand, but I no longer have to go through the effort of building them, and that is the only model in like the entire Warhammer line I would gladly say I would rather have built by somebody else. Normally I really would rather do my own building and my own posing and all that. That's the only model in the line that I'm like, nope, I would rather somebody else put it together for me. I do not enjoy building the old box Dreadnought. I mean, this one was frustrating for anybody that caught me building it. A Wall Trooper suggested that I stream it live because I think he knew ahead of time how inferior, or like I think he knew that it's a difficult kit ahead of time, so he was like, no, I think people should watch you struggle with it so they can see. So when I did that, it was like, oof, yeah, no, this was a hard kit to make work. And like such, let's get another little sweep around the legs. And dang-o, that looks really good, guys. And man, oh man, these shadows smooth out. The Dreadnought looks good. We are, I think, one coat away. I guess there's a couple areas I want to hit a couple more times, but I think we are very close to being able to call the Dreadnought here done. And like such, guys, we got the red on the Dreadnought. Looking really good. We'll probably do one more on the shoulders just to smooth that out one last time. And then we will be doing an oil wash over it to again do a final smoothing. We'll do the removing stage and all that other stuff. Before we do that, we got to clean up everything. Let's get this model ready to be oil washed, okay? So let's get it ready for those final stages, final highlights, and final touches. We might actually be able to knock this guy out today. Or we might be able to get this guy pretty close to done today. That would be cool to see, but I'm not going to push my luck. What do I need to do? So I got to clean up that bit on the gun there, bit on the fingers. Let's start with some... I have a risky move I kind of want to try out. I don't think I'm going to do it. Let's just get ready for the oil, I think, instead. Let's clean up some of the pipes. I'm going to go spray them. So we can clean up things like the pipes here where we have gotten the cream color on them. And
Same thing, come around like such, just get nice clean details. So we're just making sure that we have everything looking a little bit more worked out now. And then working some of the darker iron in and some of the details. Again, just fuzz it out, let it mix around, do its thing, work inconsistently with the colors underneath, because that way we're going to have some nice, again, variations in our metal tones when we go in for the actual final stages. And yeah, I mean, I'm loving this. I hope that we get to get our homeboy in here when he's done work, so he gets a chance to see what we've done for him. And right now, again, we're just working into the very small, minute parts. And then again, you just kind of, anywhere where it feels like the metal transition is just too stark, pull a little bit of this in, roughly. And yeah, it's looking really good. So, what's everybody painting today? What do we got people working on right now? And there we go. Looks good. My lawyers advised me not to answer that question. What are we painting today? Don't answer that. I feel that. I mean, I don't have a lawyer, but if I did, I imagine they would constantly be telling me to stop talking. And just look at how good the inside of that hand is looking now. Okay, the other thing we have to do is we have to make sure that we get the damage on. We're going to be doing some damaging and some chipping on one of the legs because one of them is supposed to look more refurbished. So we don't want to go overboard with that because I really do like the clean red paint job, but the idea is this one leg here. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm circling. This one leg here is supposed to look like it's been replaced. But I'm just kind of looking at the two. And I think this one is blended better and highlighted better, so I think I'm actually going to leave that as the clean leg, and I'm going to damage this one. That's typically a good trick as well to consider. Okay. Just bear with me 1 second.
Yeah, so because that leg looks better, we're going to use this one as the weathering leg. So I'm going to clean out my Vallejo brush, which with a bit of use is actually, it's funny. The more I'm using it, the more it's holding its shape now, and the more it's working for me. They take a little bit of breaking in, I think. I have no idea what I'm talking about, so don't quote me on that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a very rough brush, and I'm gonna take a thinned out bit of Rhinox hide on my palette. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start picking out the paint chips. So a little bit of water in the brush. See how I'm using a ratty brush, because what I want to happen is I want an erratic pattern. So go grab a little more paint, and we're just gonna dabbing in bits of this brown across. Because this is the refurbished leg. So when I talked to Kearney, again, so if anybody in here is getting into commission painting, this is just a little bit of advice. Make sure you talk to your client about kind of what the expectation is, if they have anything that they want in particular to help sell a feeling of the army. So make sure, like you can have your own vision, but you have to also keep the client's vision in mind. So like I've said, I made a couple choices on this I normally wouldn't have for myself, but I'm not mad about that either. Okay, so what we did there is the first stage of how to get a cool chipping effect and weathered effect on the model. So we started by applying some Rhinox hide to get some dark areas and some like sporadic brown all over it. I also realized that I'm doing this whole leg this way. So that includes that. And I'm going with quite a heavy chipping on the leg because we're limiting it to just one leg. I'm able to go very heavy with the effect. However, if you were going to be doing this across the whole model, I would say you need to go significantly more sparingly than you're seeing me do right now. So just keep that in mind as well, that if you were attempting an effect like this, it's better to start small and not overdo it, because you will very much overdo it if you just start mashing paint without thinking about it. So have a conscious decision and know where you're going. So now I'm going to come into Iron Breaker, or sorry, Lead Belcher, I mean. I'm going to have the same rough brush. And now we're going to
bring this in. Like such. And just dab it around the bottom.
And because we're going to go for that very burnished, worn out
effect.
like such.
We get that chipped away, damaged paint look.
Oh, you monitor, don't be doing that on me.
Give my mouse a wiggle, see if that fixes it. Yeah, it did. Hell yeah. I wiggled my mouse in time. Sometimes you just have to give it a wiggle, guys.
So now I'm going to come into a different paint, and I'm actually going to be a bit more methodical about this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my Vallejo aluminum, which is like this has to be without a doubt one of the best metallic paints I've ever gotten my hands on. I love it. I use it way too much. It's like one that I super duper lean on and that I really like. The only downside is that it will contaminate your water very quickly. And it's like getting the metallic flakes out of your brush can prove challenging sometimes. Just make sure you give it a good little shake.
We're going to put, 2 drops of that down on the palette, maybe 3.
I do this on a dry palette separately. And now I'm going to come through with my Vallejo brush. We're going to grab the size 3. And we're going to be painting up over the thing. You guys know what thing.
Sorry, we're going to be using the very small brush here. And now we're going to actually be coming in and painting in some small chips and spots with precision inside of the brown spots. And this will give us some 3D chips.
And we are going to just see how that's starting off. We're going to work across the leg now.
We got the initial grimy metals. And then in these, because we're ending up with these large areas of like chipped away paint,
we're going to have to go through then and make those interesting as well. So we're going to have to go and kind of burnish and tarnish that metal.
Maybe put a couple rust spots on it. We'll make it look good.
But definitely we're going to put some age into this and start knocking it out.
Find a good, nice, easy way to hold the model. A little bit of moisture in your brush if you need it. A little bit more paint, and we're just going to come in. we're just working it up like such. A little bit at a time.
And bang. See what I mean, guys? Like, we're going to get that nice battle damage established across the legs, or across this leg. This is the refurbished leg.
Find a nice comfy way to hold your model.
And there we get that scraped away metal effect. We're just, again, we're going to work this up across this one leg. So we're able to go, again, very intense with the effect because it's only in one place on the model.
So the advice is, again, either be very sparing with the effect or keep the effect very limited to where you're placing it. And my monitor's being weird still. I'll have to do some resolving of this after stream.
I'm not going to mess around with it right now. It's just not worth it to me, guys. And gals. Should mention, I always need to specify gals.
We do have some of those. I apologize about continually lumping you in with us monstrous savages over here. You're your own monstrous savages in your own ways.
So again, we will have to go through, clean up, blend the effect. But we want to make it look like this one leg has just been blown up and replaced. Really get that old farming equipment feeling on it.
Some way crush, crush, crush 'em. Now we lay you down to rest.
And same thing, we're just going to get that nice smashed up and weathered looking foot. And yeah, that leg is definitely looking like it's
Seen better days.
And that's another little trick we can use here. So we can take a bit of the silver,
just from the top, you can, in a few spots, slash it down.
and it just really gives it that, like, you know? Because again,
it's about capturing a mood and a feeling, and the feeling we were going for on this was old farm equipment.
and I think we're capturing old farm equipment perfectly on that leg. But then we also wanted, you know, new war machines, so I'm I'm very pleased with how this is turning out. I think the red looks great. I think all of that looks great. And I think the worn out leg looks really good, and I just dipped my arm in silver paint. Now I sparkle. I'm shiny. I'm so shiny. All right, we've made some serious progress here. I need to do a little bit more of the bright color here. And I'm just trying to see what else I really want to do before I do the final bit of weathering.
But we'll go and spray this with some gloss fire. Oh, that's what we need to paint, is these hoses. What color are the hoses going to be, guys? Before we get too carried away, before we do those final things on everything, let's not miss a major detail, which is those big hoses. Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle. Sparkle, sparkle. You're either referencing a fish bulb or a diamond earring. But either way, that's some classic Simpsons. At least that's where I took it. It was just sparkle, sparkle. Neither? Oh, no, I think I am missing the reference. And that's, yeah. Now we come through, throw a little highlight of this color down on just a few of the areas.
Went to a specific side of Naden. Yeah, no, we're outside my realm of knowledge here. The reason Man of Tea calls me the Vadividya of lore is because I am so bad at lore. It's said ironically. Also, I gotta change the music. Nerdum. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Sorry, it was just like music was on. I was like, I'm not vibing to Necro right now. No, computer, don't do it. It's like there's a very specific time and a place for necro, and it's not when you're just hanging out, having a nice time, vibing to, your miniature painting. That's like that's some boxing gym music. Like when I want to get like some when I need something a little more hardcore, necro can be great when I'm at the gym, but I don't find myself enjoying it outside of when I'm at the gym. Does anybody here have any bands like that you like them when you're working out, but as soon as you're not working out, you're like, oh God. Any bands or artists that gives you that feeling, let me know in the chat, because that's kind of a fun one. I mean, I guess Cannibal Corpse is also that way for me now. I liked them when I was younger. Not as much as I got older. The whole edgy murder shtick eventually just got kind of boring. And honestly, like I just kind of outgrew the shock of it. But yeah, like that's one that like when I'm working out I can get into, but then like as soon as I'm done working out, I'm like, I don't have any interest in listening to this. My monitor's being a putz. Don't do it, monitor. Don't do it. It's not doing it. It's trying to, but if I wiggle my mouse at the right time, it doesn't. Okay. Now, I am going to... What color should we do the pipes, guys? We got a lot going on this. I should probably knock them in black, I think. I think so, yeah. Let's just knock them into a quick black. If I can remember what I've done with my black paint. Remembering is not my strong suit. Honestly, not many things are my strong suit. Especially computers. And remembering where I put my paint. Where is my black paint? Damn it. Guys, I've been bested by myself. Hoping for pink pipes. I feel like there's too many jokes there that I just don't want to make on somebody else's work. I do actually really like painting pink. It is one that... Oh, there's my black paint. It was hiding behind a horse. But pink would be too much. Pink would just be too much on these, I think. So we're just going to go with a classic rubber black. So what I'll do is I'll take a bit of black paint and a small touch of Omrigan blue. And this is my go-to rubber recipe. And it also is kind of how I paint my black horses right now. But it's just black and blue. Why am I using my good brush to mix paint? That's stupid. Okay, first piece of advice, guys. Don't use your good brush to do stuff like that. Go grab one you don't care about as much. Grab some water. But you see how I'm getting that kind of off black? And that gives me room to both highlight and shade. So it can go darker and brighter. So it looks black, but it's not quite black. It's kind of a rubber tone. So I mix a bit of a blue in to my black just to give it Give it a colder feel.
And I'm just going to paint this into all of these hoses. And this is one of those things that's going to make, again, the model just look more complete because we've actually got everything now being put into the right color. It's also one of those details that, like, if you were going really fast on like a speed paint, nobody would notice really on the tabletop if you didn't bother painting the cables a different color. It's just one of those things that, see, as we're doing it, see how that just makes the back look that much better? And then we're going to prep for a gloss varnish, guys. Once we get our guys and gals. And like such, we've got those rubber hoses painted in. If you see any other hoses on the model, maybe just pick them out. And this is just a nice way to get some kind of finishing detail in. That includes up here. Maybe you get that hose and paint it black, just to give us some visual separation. And then the same thing on the other side, grab that one. And there we go. We just get some more tones coming up in there. Didn't know I was my own gender. No, it's you and the mod. You're not the only one in here. It's why I'm trying to get remembered to not just say guys. Okay, my monitor is doing the thing. It's okay. Okay, we got an ad coming up in about 3.5 minutes, guys. So when that happens, that should be enough time for me to go in, finish getting these hoses done. I'm gonna use the washroom, and then we will get all of these things painted up, finished up, looking good and crispy. Okay, that looks good. That makes sense. I have no idea who in my audience is what. I just assumed based off the name. However, I've been wrong before. Said the living's easy. And yeah, that's looking really good. Let's grab a bit of red paint. And definitely not making a dick joke, but we are going with a classic red rocket.
And then we're just grabbing the red tips. Pop those in nicely, very carefully. We got those rockets up top painted in. And let's get the 8 rockets down here painted in. And ad break starts in under a minute, guys. I'm gonna use that as a chance to go use the bathroom. Have a little stretch. Stand up, move around. Go pet my cat, maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna take a little break when you guys are on, when the ads hit here. And there we go. Ads are hitting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm taking a leak. Ads are over. I am back. So, we are going to do the last of the highlighting, clean up some more details. Then we'll be doing a gloss varnish on it when we take our next ad break at about 1 o'clock. After we've established that and got that running, we are going to be getting everything looking great. I'm pretty stoked. This model's making great progress. I really do love the way that it's looking. And yeah, we'll be able to get it gloss varnished and oil washed again today. And then that means we can apply the final edge highlights of it probably tomorrow. So, we are going to be finishing this Dreadnought on Saturday, guys. And I'll take him with me to gaming night on Sunday. Yeah, take him out to gaming night with me on Sunday. Get any final touches I can on him over when I'm at my buddy Ian's. Looking forward to that. We're, I've been talking about wanting to get into playing. For those of you that don't know, I've been talking lots about wanting to get into playing more Warhammer. So I joined that D&D group, which is why we had to reschedule the Sunday streams to being later in the day. But what I didn't mention is that it's an alternating group. So we alternate between a Warhammer night and D&D night, or role-playing night. So it gives the dungeon master time to prep, more time to prep the sessions. But then we can still do it weekly because we go over and we'll do Warhammer or something instead on the other days. So I'm coming through with a very fine brush right now, guys. And I'm going to clean up a few of these details. And add a small highlight to the black in the plaid. This is going to be pretty hard to see what I'm doing, guys. You're just going to have to trust the process on this one. Let me see if I can do this. I'm going to transition screens here. I'm going to try and zoom in on what I'm doing here. And let me know if this works, okay? If it's too blurry or you can't make it out, let me know. But I'm going to try and work in I got it super zoomed in as we're going to work on the plaid a bit now. We got a nice crispy looking red. I'm also going to have to be very careful with my framing here. And this is going to get us those nice, crisp, straight lines. This is one of the very few times you guys are probably ever going to see me using a size 1 brush. Or a size 0. I don't normally go for something this small, but if I need to get really, really tight lines like this, sometimes it is the easiest way to accomplish it. So right now, guys, this is painstaking,
And it is very hard to talk while I'm doing this, so I apologize if I'm getting a bit silent.
Because I'm trying to, like, correct some plaid. That's a terrible shot. You guys really can't see what I'm doing there.
Let's try that there and see if... Shit.
Okay, so there we go. See, and it's just straightening out some of those lines. Okay, I gotta breathe. I am holding my breath way too much right now. And there we go. Okay, final step is we're going to come in and do something very similar with the blue. So I asked my friend a question, and he hit me with the go on because I think he thought it was a joke and it was a setup to a punchline, but no, it was just a statement that I was like, no, I just was just commenting on this. Actually asking. Okay, so we get the bit of the dark green, Caliban green that we've been using. I'm going to take some Scarsnit green on my palette, mix up that mid-tone that or the final highlight color that I need really quickly. And we're going to come through with the very little brush, knock in a few lines on the plaid. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Holy crap. Is the zoom helping you guys out, or is it too much right now? Let me know in chat. Is it too blurry? Can you make out what I'm doing?
Is it having a hard time with the focus?
But there we go. Profitable liquid, you can tongue punch the filthiest part of my ass. Prepare to meet the banhammer. Crap. Excellent. Yeah, guys, this is looking dope as hell. And that'll give you guys a bit more of an idea of how delicate the work that I'm doing right now is. So we're cleaning up everything, getting the plaid looking good. We're going to go across, drop these highlights in on the other side. I'm trying to think, should I highlight it the same way? Or do I go I think lighting wise, it makes the most sense to do it this way. Same thing, you guys see how I'm accomplishing the same effect going across the other way, starting to add that three-dimensional effect. I can't believe I pulled this off, I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting that I was gonna mess this up. Like this whole project was one that I was a little bit nervous about, but it's definitely making me realize that if I actually try my absolute best, I'm a pretty damn good miniature painter. So, thank you for the confidence to be the absolute best version of myself. I appreciate it a lot. Okay. So you guys can see now. Time to do a final little bit of cleanup. So I'm just dropping all these little L shapes in. And again, we're just sharpening everything up. We'll come in with the blue now. I'm nervous about doing the blue because if I mess up the blue, that means I have to redo the white. And I'm getting so close to having this done that I'm like, all I have to do is get the blue cleanup on the white correct. I can do it, guys. Okay, we can do this. Do you guys believe in me? I believe in me. We can do it. We've got the appropriate tools. We've got the right vibes. We got the right music. We're gonna get really, really toit right now, though. And oh, we got the first row done. We actually cleaned it into perfect squares. Dude, I am like, you guys would
not understand how clenched I am right now. If you ever saw the Eddie Murphy bit about Mr. T breaking dicks off with his butthole, that's how clenched I am right now. That whole stand-up bit is very outdated and doesn't really hold up well, if I'm being completely honest. But I would be lying if my brain didn't periodically go, I'm Mr. T. I'm gonna break a dick off with my butthole. Heck yes.
That looks... We did it! We actually did it, guys. What do you think of the plaid dreadnought? It'll, once we get the oil wash on this, that'll blend out perfectly.
And now I can do the final detail that I've been thinking about. And watch, I'm gonna completely I'm either gonna get this in one shot or I'm gonna ruin it, and there can be no in between. So watch me do it. Fuck it, we do it live. YOLO. Okay. I can get this. One. Two. Okay, let's see. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Oh god, why did I just do that? Okay, I gotta find a different way to do this brushstroke, guys. Because I'm struggling right now and I just fucked up. Okay, I'll have to do a little bit of cleanup, but I can manage that. There we go.
Holy shit.
And it's nice because now I'm seeing that top one and I'm like, I actually like the slightly thicker lines, so we're just going to be very careful.
And there we go, guys. How's that for some impossible freehand? Somebody should clip that, because that is impressive that I just pulled that off.
Got it.
Oh, one more. I gotta get it one more time. And then it's perfect. Where's my brush stroke? Banged it out. That is the most impressive thing I've ever done in my painting career. Okay. Guys. Holy crap. That is freehand. Okay, I gotta transition really quickly and just adjust my camera setting. I need to fit my screen again. And there we go. So, that's really cool. I also figured out how to zoom in on demand. And then when you see it at a proper viewing distance, holy crap. I am... I'm pretty happy right now. I just wish Kearney was here to watch me do that. There's a small part of me that's like, man, I wish the guy I'm painting this for got to see me do that, because that was some painstaking stuff. Um, let's throw a couple little something of visual interest. I'm gonna maybe take a blue contrast paint and just try and make his backpack look a bit like it's, I don't know, got an energy effect, something, just something to make it less boring. So I'm gonna take this and make it glow blue. So I'm just sweeping a quick contrast over this. And yeah, that'll be good. And let's paint that up, get that looking good. And what we're doing this for is I'm just going to do a classic blue energy effect on these. Just because there's, again, it's a little bit boring on the back, so I want to give it something. Like, we did so much work to make this side of the Dreadnought be crazy that we kind of have to throw something on this side to then just kind of round it out. So we're going to do a blue plasma, energy glowy power packy thing on his back here. And I decided that the exposed parts of the batteries are going to be
these things here. This. And then something else we can do is you can take a little bit of this color like this, bring it into this vent here, and then without cleaning off your brush, you take a bit of your purple wash. Like such. And there you have a burnt vent. Easy way to make a burnt vent. It just adds, again, a little bit of visual interest. Throw a burnt vent in. And then let's maybe... I mean, I could go scorched metal on the... No, I don't really want to do that effect on that too. I like the exhausts kind of just looking a bit. Maybe I'll pull a bit of blue into them, just around the tips. So sometimes, again, little trick, guys. If you want to make an exhaust pipe look burnt, you bring a little bit of a blue tone into it. I'll show you because I'm going to do it in a more intense version on the minigun. Then again, take a little bit of water. And then, so what we're going to do is we are going to do an old-fashioned minigun. This is a next level painting technique. Again, I'm a big proponent of, if I'm using a technique I learned from a different miniature painter, especially one who, you know, kind of really pushed or started the techniques, I do want to give them credit. So I'm going to use a bit of, I think, bloodletter glaze. Seems like a nice place to start. I don't think this paint exists anymore. It's probably some kind of red contrast now. But we're going to take this red, and we're going to paint this over the whole gun. Clean your brush off, make sure we don't have too much of the blue pigment in it. But let's start painting red over the minigun. This is some old school, again, this is like some old painting stuff. It's a lot of fun to do this. But this is something you guys can do at home if you want to do if you want to just jump a model up and like make one detail on your models look insanely cool in comparison to like the amount of effort you're actually putting into doing it. You get a red glaze or contrast, nice translucent, vibrant red, and you're going to slap it down over your metal. And this is going to give us the hot metal, okay? So immediately, ooh, we're going to make the metal start getting warm. So we're going to bring that warmth in. And then let that sit for a moment. Let that dry. Get your nice pinky red gun barrel. And this is how you're, again, going to capture the effect that either it was just firing or that it was currently firing, or he uses, this gun's been very heavily used. Maybe it's not a new minigun. So we'll give that a second to dry. I'm honestly a little bit taken back at how good this model is looking.
I mean, I know the plaid's not perfect, but it's good. You know, like this is a it's not perfect, but it is a good looking model. I just put my fingers in the glaze by accident. So I need to then quickly reapply that in that spot and fuzz out my fingerprint. I get excited. I'm at a stage where it gets also a little bit challenging to do certain things because it's like, hey, let it dry. I'm just going to check while it's drying. I'm going to take a second here and I'm going to check how. So YouTube is about 3 or 4 seconds behind, but that should save my CPU a bit. I don't need to monitor. I don't need to have an instance of the YouTube one running. It's, again, the YouTube streaming at this point, I don't care about it for the actual like viewership. It's entirely set up for VOD storage for everybody else's sake. So if you want to be able to catch a stream that you missed, if you just like the sound of my voice in the background when you're cleaning your house, I get it. I get it. That's what I'm here for. Is to talk to you guys, keep you entertained while you do things. Good old second monitor content. I know where I belong. I am a proud second monitor man. Okay, that's looking really good. I'm just gonna take a very, very small touch of like a titanium white on my brush. See what I can do with this. It should blend out, hopefully. I don't want to mess things up too badly, but let's see what happens. Okay. Oh, that goes on really nicely, even undiluted. So we're just going to apply this little bit of this white. Let it do its thing, interact. Make sure it's, again, going on smooth-ish. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to reapply that same contrast paint over top of this, and it will create that multi-tiered glow effect that I'm looking for. Then I can fuzz a little bit of white back into a couple areas. So just give it that nice kind of powered effect so that way you get that cool looking power cell on the back. I don't know if this is supposed to be a power cell, guys. I think it might just be like an armor plate, but I like to view it as like a giant ass battery right now. Like it's just got a giant loose lithium ion battery on its back. Oh, don't use my brush for that. Or I was about to wipe off with my finger, but this is titanium white, so I'm like, no, don't do that. Okay, a little bit of water in the brush, clean that out. And I should be able to come back in here and just very quickly, yeah, that's gonna
do more what I'm looking for.
So that's essentially just going to set up the emphasis of the glow when we apply the second coat. So the top part's going to be darker, get a bit of lighting in there, have the area where it's going to be its brightest, and then of course we'll come through, do a little edge highlight of pure white on that afterwards. Give that a moment. I am stoked. Every time we do another detail on this model, it just blows my mind a little bit more. So this is without a doubt some of the best work I've produced. You know, I'm proud of it. It looks good. It looks cool. It's lighted correctly. That was not easy to do. Getting this thing lit correctly was a nightmare. And then I noticed that I do have one lighting error kind of going on in the middle of the shoulder pad here, so I'm going to fix that by freehanding their logo over that shoulder pad in black. So take that. That's how we're going to fix all that. Plus, we're still going to, again, we're still going to do an oil wash and then give it a really good cleanup. And after the oil wash, we will still probably, yes indeed, have to do another round of edge highlighting, and that's when we'll call it done. But do you guys see, as we talked about, you know, the name of the stream today is, I believe it was value sketching and highlighting. Or value shading and highlighting. Yeah, so I mean, we've stayed very true to form today on what the lesson was. This is 100% about getting your value shading and getting your highlights. So you guys are kind of seeing how we were able to play it back and forth, and by doing so, we were able to be really loose and flowy and actually not have to worry too much about the work. We were able to create stark highlights and then understand that we know how to make it go smooth again. You know, we got the refurbished leg like we talked about, as well as the brand new leg. They were gonna do the other leg. You know, maybe they swapped one of them out already and they were gonna get to the other one, but they didn't have time before they had to send it back out. You know, it's just like stuff like that. It lets you tell a story on your models. And yeah, I'm really happy with how this is turning out. So I know I'm talking a lot right now. That may or may not be me just trying to cover up the fact that I'm sitting here waiting for paint to dry, because we're getting very close to being able to move on, but not quite. I don't know if the titanium white is dry yet, so let's see what happens here. It did go on undiluted, so it could prove to be a challenge. That didn't really do what I wanted it to do, if I'm being honest. Oh well. This did. That's nice. Not everything works out exactly as intended, but and then I'm going to come in really quickly, just a little bit of pure white on the brush. I'm probably just going to do like a little wet blend into the contrast, to be completely honest. we go. We get that nice battery cell. Can come back in. A little more white. Start at the other side this time, though. Remove a little bit of that from the brush so I don't overload it. So, there we go. Get that nice charging coil on the back. I see that I should actually just bring a little teensy bit more of this in. Boom. Dreadnought is looking really good. And I think we're timing it just about perfectly to be able to go and hit that oil wash. So what we need to do now is come back to the blue contrast. Or sorry, actually, no, we need to go to purple. So I'm going to go to my purple. I'm going to go to Druchii Violet. I'm going to grab a nice brush load of this. I'm going to paint this 2/3 of the way over the gun now. So now we're bringing a purple tone in. We'll probably have to do 2 coats of the purple. And yeah, now you guys see the red becomes purple, then it's going to go to blue, and we're going to get that burnt metal on his gun. And then we come back in with a little bit of that silver highlight, maybe thin it out just a touch, glaze a little bit of silver in. It'd be chef's kiss. So I'm really excited. We're going to have a really good time with this. And when that dries, we'll apply the blue. Blue dries, then he's ready for gloss. So we're about 10 minutes away from doing an oil wash on this model, guys. We are getting a ton done. I love the new stream start time. Getting going earlier is a good feeling because I feel like I'm going to be able to accomplish a lot more with this new schedule. And yeah, I'm really stoked about this right now. My goodness gracious. The only other thing that I could think to do afterwards, and it is a pain in the butt step, but I might also go through and I might pick out all the or I might pick out all the bolts with just a dot of silver. I don't really want to do it, but it would look good if I do it. Little coffee to keep the thing that I said brain. And it's gonna look dope. I can't wait for this. Yeah, I am like so jazzed right now. You guys might even call me like DJ Jazzy Jeff. I'm so jazzed. I am like jazzier than DJ Jazzy Jeff. So I'm gonna try something out here. Just while I'm waiting for this to dry, I'm gonna take a little bit of my brown paint, my Rhinox hide. And I'm just gonna reinforce and reduce some of the chipping. We're just adding a nice little bit of a dark brown separation. So let's go through, and again, just take some time. And we're just gonna, yeah, draw some lines now. And that just helps give us that paint grinded away look. Who likes that? Notice how all of the paint removal on this leg now looks 3D. This is an OG trick. I'm just wiping out some of the paint chipping with dark brown. And it's almost like panel lining. There we go, guys. I don't know if you can just see what I just did, but now look at the damaged leg. So yeah, we've got the busted up paint job on the one leg done. I might do a couple small paint chips on some of the other panels, but as I said, because we are trying to keep this as a very limited effect, we went very heavy in one spot to really get that beat up look. But then I think what I'm going to do is, yeah, I might keep it limited to a couple spots. Like afterwards, when I finish up, I might do a couple dings, or I can maybe do a bullet hole, or show you guys how to do like bullets, or bullet damage. But yeah, we gotta grind it up lag. And then we are going to snooze the ads for an extra 5 minutes. So that way I can get this done before we go on take our ad break. So I do have to take an ad break in about 10 minutes. I just got the 5-minute warning and I was like, give me an extra 5. So we get that bit of blue in there now. And then we're going to do, okay. Get that nice burnt barrels. Going very carefully. And then I'm going to put another purple down in a moment, just to blend that out a bit. So it's not going to be as stark. Or I might do one more red over all of it. I haven't decided yet. But yeah, guys, that's how we do the... That's how you can start doing a burnt metal effect with ease. And there we go. That's looking really good. Excuse me about the cough. We're getting ready. Very close now to the final oils. And then we got to do an edge highlight on all the white. Holy crap, guys. We'll give that a moment again to dry. How is everybody feeling today? Are we happy with our work? Are we sad with our work? Is there anything we wish we did a bit differently? Or are we happy with the with the tractor dreadnought and how it's turning out? I mean, it definitely looks like a tractor dreadnought now. I really feel like I got the feeling and I did the art justice. For those of you that don't know, the inspiration on this piece is the Love, Death, and Robots episode Suits, paired with a 1950s Ford tractor. So that's the art direction I was given to go with. And then it was also asked to incorporate an element of plaid. And that's what we've got so far. It looks really good. So once the blue is dried and we can apply that next coat of purple, We gotta wait for the purple to dry, and then we get to do the gloss varnish. So I'm trying to get it to land so that way we do the gloss varnishing when we do the I'm trying to land it so that way I do my gloss varnishing when I do my next ad break. But I might actually take a full, like, 5-ish minute break, gloss varnish, and heat myself up some lunch. Because it's important to eat. I'm noticing that I'm getting a little shaky. And it's important that if you're getting shaky when you're painting to go and have a snack. So we got 4 minutes and 45 seconds until the ads start. Damn it, Jeff. You're not giving me time. It's not enough time. Give the brush a rinse. And then what we're going to do, load up more Druchii Violet. And if it messes up and blends it, whatever, who cares? We start getting, again, that kind of burnt metal look. And what I'll do is I'll bring a little bit of silver in afterwards when we put the highlights in, and hopefully that'll smooth some of this stuff out, because that's a bit rough in a few of these areas. Transition is a bit starker than I would like, but we can work with it. You guys are getting a nice burnt gun effect. Okay, we've got that done. Hopefully it will be dry before I have to go and spray. We've got an ad break in 3 minutes, and I am going to go and have some food really quickly while I go and do a gloss varnish. So we're going to take about a 5-6 minute break, and let's just say the stream will be back by 1:10. That's because I was muted. Also, because I didn't want you guys to know, I accidentally just sat on a pizza pop. Well, trying to get something done. So like moved them off my desk onto the chair, went to go and grab something off of the chair, sits on pizza pop. Woo! Now we're gaming, son. Now this is pod racing. Essentially, I went outside, I varnished the model because I have a rattle can, and something to know about my rattle cans is that it's winter in Canada. So you gotta come in with a wet brush. Oh, fuck me. That lifted up way too much paint. Okay. Nope. You can use a damp brush. Very carefully lift a little bit of that off, but you want to be very careful here. Because you can just lift your paint right off like I've done in a couple spots as well. But it beats over varnishing. Because that'll like clog all the detail on the model if I don't remove some of where the pools are. But also then just take forever to dry. So make sure you get your brush nice and clean. And you're just coming in very carefully. Tap, tap, tap. A little bit of water in your bristles. Making sure to just grab the excess varnish and get that out. And this is a dangerous step, guys. I don't recommend over varnishing your models. I'd recommend just don't make the mistake I'm having to fix. This isn't really a good place to be. So if you're doing what I'm doing right now, you've also already made a critical mistake. Just something to consider. So like you can technically do this, but it's dangerous, and again, you can really mess the model up easily. So let's go get him into the drying room, and then I will take a moment, get these gloves off. I gotta fix this carpet in here at some point. Maybe I'll do that to distract myself. I gotta fix the rug. Probably where all the silverfish live anyways. But that's a joke. I'm not. This isn't an Asmongold stream, guys. So yeah, just gonna quickly move the rug so it stops catching, so that way I can stop getting angry at that every couple seconds. So I appreciate everybody who has to listen to me while I move stuff. And we're just gonna go slide that to about here and here. Okay, I like that. We're just gonna pick everything up bit by bit and make it work. So lift all my desks one leg at a time. Those wires. Woo! Solving the carpet problem one bit at a time. Sorry, I just had to tuck it under two separate desks. Gotta work your tuck, boys. Oh, that is actually way better, though. Woo! All right. Let's rock.
By let's rock, I mean I'm waiting on something to dry for a moment, and I'm like, do I feel like painting horses? Or do I want to do a little assembly in the meantime? If you're watching in chat right now, throw in your vote. Do we want to build a couple Chaos Warriors, or do we want to finish painting up the horsies for the other Chaos Warriors? Some Dark Oaths or some I don't have a coin. That's why I'm asking chat to make a decision for me. You know what? I've got them right here. What am I doing on them? This is a project that I took a little bit of a break from, and now I'm just having that moment anytime I try to come back to it, and I'm having a hard time getting back into the feeling and the headspace of it. I'm certain everybody here's experienced that at some point in their painting career, where they just... Option 3. What's option 3? I don't really have an option 3 right now. Huh. I'm not going to talk with my mouth full, but I am going to paint some Dark Oaths. So... It's just every time I look at them, I see a bunch of things I missed. Being like, oh, I forgot to paint their skin there, and oh, I forgot to paint their, you know, this or their that, and it's just like, Start with something easy. Let's grab the blue. Gonna knock in their weapon wraps. So let's pop over here. And we'll just grab all the weapon wraps and paint them blue. Because that's a consistent across our Chaos Army. It's the blue weapon wraps. And there we go, guys. We're just slapping some blue paint down. It's not too much, it's not too difficult. Keeping it fun and easy. So, yeah. And there we go. Get a nice blue weapon wrap. I gotta prime their shields at some point. I gotta paint a bunch of shields. I also gotta prime the actual Dark Oath Marauders. I painted the Savages. Or is it the other way around? I painted the Savages and need one of the two. I have another squad I need to do still though. So we'll just go through. It's the one little thing we can do right now. That's going to be low effort, low thought. That's not going to stress us out, but it'll keep this project moving along, getting just a step closer to completion. We go through, and we'll grab the blue weapon wraps. because it's important for colors to be consistent across your army. So if you've used a color in one place, try to use it in the same ways. And like such, guys, we just sweep and paint and sweep and paint, and dang, it looks very good. And like such. We happen the gangs anyway, be like warriors, come out and play, yay. And again, guys, just a bit of Macrog blue, thinned out over the weapon handles. This one's gonna look really silly because tassels on this army are all orange. So having the orange tassel right over the blue might look a little tacky, but that's what we're going to end up doing. Sorry, that's what we're going to end up doing, so that way we stay with the consistent theme of having exclusively red-orange hair in the area. Because we agreed that there's an extremely low genetic diversity where they're from, which has resulted in them all having the same colored skin and hair. And grab ya, Chupa, the chupacabra. It's gonna reach right out and grab ya. Yeah. Not the chupacabra. Yeah, not the chupacabra. A little bit of Chicks Dig It right now. For those of you who are unaware of why I'm singing about a chupacabra. All right. I've been going for 3.5 hours already. Holy shit. I'm pretty impressed. Doesn't feel like it's been more than an hour or two. I think having music going really is making a bit of a difference in my ability to keep myself going. So in the moments when it, is a bit quiet in chat, or we're just hanging, vibing, getting lost in the painting, it's nice to have that there, because otherwise it's just kind of boring sometimes, being in the room, just not, But yeah, I'm just looking at them in the blue with the blue and thinking that's pretty good. Oh. And let's just think for a second. What are we going to do next? That's one of the worst things you can do when you're painting, is not know what you're doing. Thinking, it's the enemy of painting. The more time you're thinking, the less time your brush is moving. Honestly, I just need to like establish their base tones, like hit some highlights on them. I just don't feel like painting the riders right now because I don't want to do a bunch of human skin. I just finished a big squad of it, and it was a lot of work, and I just kind of want to break from doing human flesh. So, you know what? I'm gonna go take a quick second and see if I can go grab a celebration model. Let's go have some fun. What are we doing? I can do it. I just like I opened my cupboard and I'm just like, dude, I've painted everything in my collection other than these horses and that squad that I still have to prime. So everything I need to do, I've either just need to build or so. I just don't have room on my palette to put more of that color down, which is why I'm being hesitant. But let's take some rat skin flesh. Is anybody in here a fan of Frenzel Romp? How about Frenzel Romp? Is that a band anybody in here likes? Australian pop punk band. They're pretty good. I've liked them since I was a teenager. Never heard of? No, they're fun. If you like pop punk, you'd probably like them. If you don't like pop punk, you probably won't like Frenzel Romp. They're one of those bands, you know, like they do what they do very well. And if you like what they do, you'll like it, and if you don't like what they do, you won't. Also, Rich, just noticed you popping up there. Good to have you in the chat, buddy. Thank you for helping me with my monitor yesterday. I just ended up going out and buying a new one. I didn't want to risk crashing during my sponsored stream, so it was important to me to just go out and pick up a new monitor instead. So, but yeah, thank you for taking me through some stuff anyways yesterday, trying to help me out with that. I really appreciate that. Being able to just be like hop on a quick Discord call was beneficial. So yeah, we get the hand going. Anything on the YouTube front? I could guess it decided to fry a circuit at a random time. No, it was literally just my monitor resolution wasn't supported on OBS anymore. The go live button was no longer accessible. It was literally placed somewhere that I couldn't touch with my, like, it was off screen for me. And the only way to make it work was to upscale to a resolution that my computer couldn't do, so then it was causing random zooming issues. So I just wanted to establish one more nice coat of that skin tone. So that way when we move on, we know where everything goes. That's a stupid answer. That's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because of something else that I can't remember off the top of my head. But there's a reason. I'm just base coating. Because I want good, even base coats. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say. Hey, Will, how you doing, homeboy? Have a good one. And yeah. Hey, well, we just got a varnish applied on the Dreadnought. I am really excited for you to see this. I'm flexing a little bit. I want to flex a little bit. And thank you very much. I'm gonna get. We're just doing this while we're waiting for that last gloss varnish to dry, so we can come in, oil wash the Dreadnought, edge highlight them, and then call them done. We got an insane amount of work done on it in the last 3 hours. And now we're going to go through and we're going to get nice clean base coats on these riders. Work on our Slave to Darkness army while we got that gloss drying. Because again, guys, you always keep your brush moving. That's an important trick. I'm not sure if you're around right now, but I loved how horrified you were to find out that I had a 720i monitor. Also, that I was calling a 720i plasma screen TV a monitor. It only had one HDMI port. But yeah, the new Acer monitor is doing fine. I'm having some frame rate issues causing monitor out of sync or whatever it says, or out of range. So I'm having to periodically make some adjustments and figure it out. It seems like 75 hertz is perfect for my PC now, though. Oh man, the video on that thing sucked. It was bad. It was just really, it worked. I mean, I hell dived on that thing, man. That was my hell diving monitor. It seems to be working now. S video too. I don't. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know what S video means. I just like acknowledged that you said that, and then I should probably go back and be like, those are words. I don't know what they mean. But yeah, absolutely. I'll hit you up in a bit if it keeps happening. But so far, changing the frame rate seems to have fixed it. I'm getting like a black flicker like once an hour, but it's not, where when I was at 120 frames per second, I had to every 35 minutes I would need to unplug my HDMI cable and replug it in order to get the monitor to work. So. And again, like I'm on a refurbished call center PC. I was explaining to my buddy, he was like, "Why don't you just buy some? You should buy." He was like, "Why don't you get some more RAM for your computer?" And I was like, "Cause you have like 12 gigs of DDR3." And I was like, "So by the time it's time for me to buy a computer and like actually upgrade my setup, there's no point in me investing a bunch." HDMI's working. I think worst case, like I've got extra HDMI cables, so if the issue keeps happening, I will just change out the cables and see if that fixes it. Because I'm technically, like I'm not so technically inept that I don't know how to change a cable out. Especially if it's an old one. I remember when I was a kid and my computer used to run so hot that it melted my graphics card. This is back in the day when people used to spend,
$2,000 on their World of Warcraft regs. It was an analog connection delivered to a 480i video with lots of old S video, 6 pins, black bar near the bottom.
Buddy, I'm gonna nod and say Rich here might know what you're talking about. Electricity go brrrr.
That's about as much as I understand.
I do remember the red yellow ones. I also remember it because I had a TV growing up that had the 3 pins, but it didn't have the colors for them. They were worn out, so you had to sit around and guess and plug all 3 in periodically, trying to figure it out until you got the right combo to work. Again, if it makes you feel better, I've got one chatter here right now who's just sitting there like Rich fan. He's just sitting there going, yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about, AWOL. So he's my he's one of my tech support guys. It's like if I need to call somebody on Discord at like 10 a.m. because something's not working, he's usually the guy that I'm going to. Which everybody needs to have that guy in their arsenal. And I'm just very carefully going to pick out the wrist and the hand. Fight to the death.
Yes! Fight for my entertainment!
Painting skin tone after sitting there doing like really badass highlighting. Like, dude, I was doing some insane freehanding. Also, the Vallejo brush, I find that they need a little bit of breaking in. So the more I'm using it, the more I'm liking it. It also feels like the more I'm using it, the better it holds its tip. Okay, a little bit more of that. Also, again, I feel like I found a loophole to get around DMCA, which is I now have music playing through my headphones. So I'm listening to music. I may periodically start singing, which I do not think violates DMCA rules. So you guys don't get to listen to the music, but I'll periodically sing it so you guys can get an idea of what I'm listening to. I feel like the brush took some breaking in. Like it's the longer I've been using it, the better it's holding shape. I've just been forcing it to work for me, but yeah, it feels like I've been needing to break it in a bit. I mean, I still don't love them, but
I gotta stop shit talking them.
Okay, so there we go. There's the solution to the DMCA rules is you guys will just have to listen to me periodically singing music instead with nothing of the background music. So it's just going to be me a cappellaing whatever I'm listening to periodically. I also know though to keep it less than 8 seconds.
There we go.
Here we go. 5 base coats of skin.
We ain't gonna wear down. My pizza pop spent too long on the counter, and now they're room temperature. Popping with pizza sadness.
And like such, guys, we're just going to go through, hit that skin, get it looking good, get it looking crispy. And as well, for those of you that are new in the room, I adjusted the ad experience to be a little bit less interruptive. So we are doing the 3 minutes at the top of the hour, but the advantage to that is you're not getting a 1.5-minute break every 30 minutes, which can kind of ruin the flow. This was by request of a few viewers. Again, ideally I would not have any ads, but Daddy Bezos, give me that sweet, sweet money, please. Unfortunately, I can't afford to not have the ads either. So right now, we are working a couple projects. I have a commission in front of me, and the project for February is going to be probably commissions. I just got a message from my Battletech guy. His model showed up in the mail, so that is officially a go. So we're going to be doing the Battletech commission next week. Then after that, I mean, I've still got my Slaves to Darkness that I'm filling the gaps with. And I still have quite a few models in this collection that I do need to paint, so I've still got 16 that aren't even that are 17. I've still got 17 models in this collection that need to be primed. So probably February is probably going to keep being Slaves to Darkness. And yeah, we're gonna have to start. So I'm not sure if you guys noticed. I made a little bit of edit to how I'm doing the stream names, and that's so that way with the VOD storage, people are gonna be able to figure out kind of what the themes are, what the lessons are, what we're working on those days. So that's kind of rolling into YouTube, getting that content pipeline rolling, and getting a good VOD storage. I mean, people are always interested in miniature painting. And then just a little bit more of the rat skin on your brush. There we go. So yeah, February is probably going to be Battletech or Slaves to Darkness. Which seems fitting that we're going to get STDs in February. There is no one here to laugh at that one right now. Bastards. I am hilarious. Thank you for the celebration on screen, Rich. We are just banging out models. Got a couple more hours to go. And in about 20 minutes, about 10 minutes, we're going to roll into our next ad break, which should be enough time to see if that gloss varnish is dries. It's been sitting for about an hour. And hopefully it doesn't look completely awful. Actually, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to just do a bit of value sketching. Mix up a slightly lighter green than the one we have on the cloak. I'm just going to start sketching in the brighter green areas. So let's start grabbing the cloth. And let's start getting that in line with the rest of the army. And like such, we're just going to sweep, quick coverage. This is Caliban green, mixed with a bit of the Scarsnet green. You guys might remember that I used that mixture earlier today. Here, gonna grab some sushi, catching a bit. Excellent. You will be gone for the reveal, but go enjoy your sushi and have a good time. And yeah, we'll get the Dreadnought posted later today, which I'm excited for. We're going to be able to post another progress picture of that Dreadnought today, so y'all get to see how it's coming along. So you just paint your lighter green in over a couple of these areas. Keep your brush focused. And like such, guys. Get that swept in. And yeah, we are just gonna keep working up this highlight. Where am I putting the painted horses? Okay, there they're going. They're going in the back. So we just gotta knock folds of cloth in really fast, get it done, get it dealt with. It's nothing too extreme. The extreme stuff comes later. We're gonna go extreme here in about 15 minutes after the ad break. So after we take our designated 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, which it's a good time for you guys to go up, get a drink, but leave your monitors. Keep the stream open. So, if you are currently new here and enjoying the content, we're live Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays. Thursday to Saturday, and pretty much every day we are live other than Sundays. It is 10 a.m. until 4:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so you get 6.5 hours. On Sundays, I go live at 8 p.m. I'll stay live till roughly midnight. And that is because my new D&D group adjusted, and that's when I can make it work. So, with the new stream schedule, gives everybody plenty of chances to catch. Got that green, that looks good. And also, if anybody in here doesn't know or is not currently subscribed to AWOL Trooper, I highly recommend you give him a check him out. Very talented painter, really amazing guy, another friend of the channel. Just somebody I like hanging out with.
Kearney, you are gonna have your mind blown here in a moment. So I hope you're able to hang out for about 20 or 30, Kearney, because you're gonna get to see the Dreadnought at about 70% complete.
I have effectively accomplished everything you've requested. And we just gotta wait for the gloss varnish to dry so we can come in, oil wash it, smooth some stuff out. But I'm pretty proud of this, and I think you're gonna be pretty happy with it. So. Get the folds there.
And there we go. Just got to do one more horse, and then we're going to go check on how the gloss is drying. See if it's safe to handle.
At this point, it will have been sitting for almost an hour, so it should be. But we did have the issue with the temperature outside, so that could prove challenging. I did have to prime or spray gloss in like 0-degree weather, so it needed some attention to not get bad.
Okay. The green looks pretty good with that first highlight on it. Oh, dude, you can't use spray paint in -20. It won't work. It's honestly like you might as well just deal. You'll have more fun getting kicked in the nuts. Okay. This is a big reveal moment. Kearney, are you ready? Are you ready, Kearney? Kearney, are you ready? Are you ready, Kearney? Kearney, are you ready? Are you ready? You've been struck by a smooth criminal. Okay. I need to use some gloves here to handle, because he's at he needs another 10 minutes to cure. Maybe 20. But he needs about 5, yeah, I'll say 10 or 20 more minutes to cure fully. But if I put gloves on, I can transport him currently. I'm careful about where I'm touching. What are you thinking? This is your Dreadnought, Kearney. We're going to do a little cleanup here really quickly. Yeah, this is your model, dude. Like, I hope you're excited for it.
So we're about 70% of the way there on him. He needs a little bit of time to dry. He needs a little bit more weathering, but I hope you think it looks cool because I'm pretty happy with it so far, and I feel like this is some of my best work. But yeah, now that you're back, hope you were looking at your screen there. Because that, my friend, is your Dreadnought. It's about 70% of the way done. As I said, it still has a couple final stages, couple final touches to really sync everything together, make it look perfect, but it's definitely hitting all the vibes that we were after. Yeah, if you're happy with it, I'm happy with it. And if you're not happy with it, well, that's unfortunate, but I'm pretty damn happy with it. I'm pretty damn happy with how it's turning out. Oh. This guy's arm I forgot to paint. It's not a good habit, so. Yeah, we're going to keep painting on the dark oaths while that gloss dries. Yeah, I'm beyond excited with how that guy turned out. Honestly, the part that I find most annoying about painting these models is just how many little bits there are that need base coats. Like, and honestly, it's the part that gets exhausting is just going through and picking out all the little bits and bobs and doodads and flash and getting that all looking good. You know, like he's got a pelt there, he's got some straps there. He's got a severed head on his belt. Straps. Just lots of little things that you got to do on them, right? Maybe we go through, pick out the boots really quickly. And yeah, you know, we're just gonna paint in the boots, have a little bit of fun here. We're doing a lot of value sketching. And just a heads up, everybody, the ad break will be starting in 3 minutes. So don't be too alarmed if you get a gotta watch an ad. We're just going to use that as an opportunity to get these boots painted in. So if you're missing out, or if you feel like you're missing out, we are just going to be painting some boots. So please stick around, keep it going. Won't go over anything you haven't seen yet until you are all back. So you will not be left out if you are not a subscriber. If you are a subscriber, though, hang out and chat. Shoot the shit. Have a good time. But yeah, we're just taking a moment, getting their boots painted. Work on just getting each detail covered one at a time. It's not always the most fun thing to do. Sometimes it's just base coats. Sometimes it's just put brown paint down, put brown paint down, put brown paint down. I'm hoping with these guys I can do something with the oil wash. So I'm hoping to do a similar effect that I've done on my other models up to this point. But I'm hoping that I can rely heavily on the oil to do a lot of the work for me.
Drinking at the Legion. I met a girl. She was nice. She was pretty and pleasing. She said, "Hey boy, we should do some marry. But before you do, there's something that you should know. Why, like liquor and horse, liquor and horse, cigarettes and dope and mustard and bologna, liquor and horse."
All right, guys. A little bit of brown paint. And we're just painting boots right now. We'll go through, maybe we'll put this color over the straps. I don't know. Let's just get base coats on every surface so that way we can start pushing closer to getting some highlights and some washes on these guys.
Night at the Legion. She walked in, I was drunk on gin.
Listening to Disturbed right now. You think Disturbed doesn't also like liquor and horse? And cigarettes and dope and mustard and bologna? Do you think they're better than bologna? If you think you're better than bologna, you can walk your ass right out of this stream. Ain't nobody is too good for bologna in this stream.
Liquor and horse, liquor and horse, cigarettes and dope and mustard and bologna.
Okay, now we go through. It's time to paint some straps. It's funny, I kept having this moment the other day where I was like, man, why do these like XYZ painters always seem to get like their models painted so much faster than me? And then I remembered that's like, right, they paint one model at a time and it still takes them like 6 hours. I was like, it takes me like 9 hours and I do 5 at a time. So I was like, no, I'm actually. But it was just kind of funny. I figured I'd tell you guys. I was getting in my head about my speed recently. And yeah. I had to remind myself that I was like, my production rate is still pretty damn good.
There is no revolution. There is no revolution.
So right now, guys, we're just going through, sweeping that sweet, sweet brown. Get that harness painted in. Speed does not equate quality. No, but speed equates profit. And it's like that's more what it's about for me at that point. Is it's the faster I can paint, the quicker I can move projects. So speed is an element when you paint as a business. You know, as a new painter, no, you're absolutely right. You shouldn't be focusing on how fast you can do this. For me, I kind of know how to do the techniques that I'm trying to do. I know how to execute them, so now it's about trying to execute them as quickly and perfectly as I can without creating more work for myself. So it's about going essentially as fast as I can paint without creating more work, which is a bit of a fine balance. This one's got a big leather strap, so let's get that big leather strap painted brown. On a long and downlit way, east of Omaha, listen to the engines rolling. Think about your woman, the girl you knew the night before. But your thoughts will soon be wandering the way they always do. When you're riding 16 hours, there's nothing much to do. All right, we are back from the ad break, guys. Appreciate everybody who stuck around for that. You guys help me get paid.
And like such, we are getting some pretty dang good looking horsies. Heck yeah. Figure I should go in, grab a bit of the flesh tone, because I keep seeing this guy and realize I still haven't painted his arm. Despite 2 or 3 times noticing that it's like, oh, this one's arm needs to get painted, I should go in and do that, and then still haven't painted it. So we get that paint, get that color, got that established. And like such, guys, again, just make sure you get the hand, get all the little details where the skin pokes through. Despite the fact we do know that it will be covered up by a shield afterwards. But we got to get these guys painted up essentially to the point that we can attach the shields to them. I'm not very well vested in the art scene. Is there anyone in particular, the higher up modern painter artist that I would see? Someone like a Kirk Hammett or yeah, Frank Frazetta. Yeah, that's Frank Frazetta, which I'm pretty sure Kirk Hammett owns a Frank Frazetta. Or is it James? One of them owns Death Dealer, which was a really big deal. Frank didn't want to sell that one. The Frazetta girls talked about it. If you're unfamiliar, Frank Frazetta was an oil painter. He's not really modern, but he is modern in the sense that like it's within the last 100 years, which is what I would consider for modern art.
But yeah, like I would say definitely like Frank is somebody in that position. If you look up Frank Frazetta, if you're unfamiliar with his work, you'll immediately realize that you were actually familiar with his work. Another one like that for me is Paul Bonner, Mike Mignola. You're asking actually, like what you're asking me is a question that I definitely have a lot of answers to because it's about it really comes down to which artists do you find influential. And if I find an artist influential, I'm going to find a way to incorporate their work. It's kind of why I'm working on this script for a couple scripts right now, where I'm trying to take traditional art, and traditional artists, analyzing their work, and then trying to see how I can implement their technique on a 2D scale. So we're working on a script right now. The first one that I want to do, I think I've mentioned. The first script that we're working on is called the Mignola Method, where I'm going to look at the process of silhouetting your models. I'd like to do ones about, I'd like to try one where I do the Frazetta method and I try to use a limited palette oil painting, and see how it translates to miniature painting. And those are just some of the ways that I've kind of found that I'm like, I could technically go in and work these very, very inspirational artists into how I work, and also try and bring some mainstream attention to them. Yeah, I think that these horse riders, they're like, when we've got them all painted, I think that they're gonna look pretty cool charging into battle together. I mean, they definitely still need some work, but they're called Fell Riders, and nothing about them felt that demonic, so I really tried to be like, okay, well, I have to make them feel demonic then, because they don't have the demon feel that I want them to have. Um, Honestly, like, I could just, I kind of want to just be lazy with them, but I knew he, like, gothic arts, but I've never actually seen them. So like Gothic dates back significantly further. So Gothic art is going to refer to usually a specific era in German artwork. So you're looking at again guys like Albrecht Dürer. Um, Fuck me. I guys, I have to say a bunch of names and words I can't pronounce essentially to talk about Gothic artists. So I'm going to avoid doing that just because I literally cannot pronounce the names of the people. But yeah, essentially, I wouldn't call Frank Gothic. I would because his is kind of like modern oil painting. He's a fantasy artist. Yes, his artwork definitely captures feelings of despair and desperation, almost similar to like that traditional grimdark feel. But I think that's why, as Warhammer painters and as Warhammer fans, so many of us are attracted to the artwork of Frank Frazetta. Like he's, in my opinion, one of the most inspirational and important fantasy artists. I mean, yes, there's John Blanche, who really did define the grimdark style of Warhammer, and yes, there's Paul Bonner, who. Look, I don't know how to explain Paul's art, but it's phenomenal. If you know Paul, you know his work. He was so good at capturing life and character in fantastical creatures. But Paul's art's a little sillier usually. I mean, it can be violent and it can be graphic, but Paul's art is usually, I do find it often captures some of the lighter aspects of Warhammer, which I love. But like Paul did the artwork in the old codexes. What's up, Sleepy? How you doing, G Thang? Yeah. So you get guys like Paul is obviously again like a very important artist within our field. However, I just think it's really important to recognize that even guys like John Blanche had Frank before them. you know, I don't think, and there's the Czech or Polish guy or whatever his name is. Mimic introduced me to. Just if you literally look up the like, I don't know how to explain it. It's really good. I can't spell it, pronounce it, or say it, but I can identify his artwork. Imagine that, guys. Imagine being able to be like, yeah, I know that person's work. But that's actually an important step to do because that means that an artist has a really defined style. It also sucks that you're stuck at work sleepy, but I'm glad that you're able to hang out and vibe. Especially hang out and vibe in here. So when you get these traditional artists who are doing these things, I got distracted for a second. Where am I going? Gosh. Yeah. I'm on the topic of traditional art right now. So for anybody that doesn't know, I think that it's very important as artists to study traditional art. And some of the artists, like, we can identify their work without even knowing who the artist was because they are that influential. That was my experience when I was introduced to Paul Bonner's art. One of my friends, my tattoo artist, he lent me a book, which I returned, on the fantasy artwork of Paul Bonner. And immediately I recognized it because I had the Old World or the Fantasy Battle Dwarfs Codex, and that was loaded with Paul's artwork, which was really cool to experience that way and recognize that it's like I already knew this artist without knowing. It was no different than Frank Frazetta when I knew his art before I knew his name. And I think that's a really cool place to be as an artist, where people can identify your work even if they don't know who you are. I don't have an identifiable style like that, not in miniature painting. I hope someday that you could immediately look at something and know that it's like, okay, that's a boneless. But stylizing your work to that degree is very, very hard to do. Like, you don't expect to be pulling something like that off in your early days of mini painting. Grab the leather parts of the bracers as well. So just go in, knock in, sweep in a detail like such. No biggie.
Away that world of fantasies, as shadows and blind my eyes to see the meat that is their congregation. Play to the sky, but this is mere foreplay to war.
Yeah, we're just painting right now, having a good time. We are also vibing. Got the knife. Dang. We're picking out all the detailios.
Come the night, it's obsidian light. Concubines
and guys, again, I apologize that you don't get to listen to music right now, but I'm listening to music, and I'll be periodically singing what I'm listening to, which is probably even better because I feel like you have to get into your own sculpture, do some kit bashing to. Yeah, that's just it, right? Like, that is actually a very excellent point, Sleepy. Because somebody like Sam Lenz, his artwork is almost immediately identifiable as his. Vincey V is another artist like that. I know I shout both of them out a lot on the channel, but I mean, they're two of the best in the hobby, if you ask me. especially in the Warhammer world. But it's also like Sam kit bashes a lot. His pieces are all very, very unique. They all have a very, he sculpts. Like Sam will sculpt his own shit. Vincey does too. Um, Vince has a really distinct color palette, which makes it very easy to tell his work as well, because he just works in a different color palette than I've literally seen anybody else in the hobby work, and it's really cool. He's got amazing technique, amazing skills. But no, these guys are, Sam. Yeah, he scratch builds shit. He's building his own kits. He's modding his stuff. He's sculpting. He's kit bashing. Vincey V's doing the same thing. The guys who are the best at this are doing that. We're very close to the gloss being dry now, guys. So if you are new here or you haven't been in today, this is what we did to the Dreadnought today. How does that look? And by request, that is free-handed plaid. It has and the reason it's so shiny right now, Rich, is because it has I almost just used your first name, which I'm not supposed to do that. The reason it is, I caught myself. The reason it is so shiny right now is we literally just sprayed it with gloss, so that way we can then oil wash it, and then we're gonna knock the shine back a bit after that. So the gloss allows it to create a very reflective surface. And now it's time, boys. Let's get some gloves, because I'm going to get into the gross shit now. I'm also going to put some paper towel down in advance, so that way I can give this model somewhere to dry, because once you're done the oils, you're going to want to put them down on a piece of paper towel on their feet and just let it clean them up a bit. We are going to be finishing up the Dreadnought. And again, Kearney, if you're in the room right now, it looks like we should be able to get this in the mail by Monday. So I should be able to get it mailed before the tariffs come into effect, which would be to both of our advantages. So I just have to really quickly grab some things. I need my bitumen, which is my dark oil paint. This is a very, very, very dark brown. It's like a black-brown oil. You see how it comes out? This looks nasty. Yeah. Take a nice little bit of that. That's a good place to start. I've got something called dark mud. I haven't used this one yet, so let's try putting a little bit of dark mud in there too, see what happens. Ooh, that one's a little thin. That's okay. We'll just put a bit of the dark mud oil in there. And we'll grab a little bit of mineral spirits. Now remember to use your oily, or your exclusive oil brush for this. and to be very, very careful. As mineral spirits are not good for you.
Yeah, that's literally, I'm getting this thing in the mail like the day before the tariffs are supposed to come into effect. If you guys have been kind of wondering why I've been like seeming stressed out about just getting the Dreadnought done, it might have to be like part of it is just like I don't know how this is going to affect me. It may or may not. It might not end up affecting me at all. Like it might end up being absolutely no issues whatsoever trying to get stuff mailed for the hobby, but it could be extremely problematic. So what I'm doing right now, as you guys can see, is I'm mixing up an oil wash. So yeah, I'm hoping that the tariffs won't be an issue for us, but I'm trying to be prepared for it and getting it in the mail before the day before they're supposed to come into effect, just in case. Which is also perfect because then I can go and pick up my other commission in the capital. Ooh, that is a nice grimy color. Okay, I'm gonna keep this to the metal details. So I'm not going to be pulling the wash over the reds everywhere. There are areas in the reds that will get a little bit of the wash, but for the most part, guys, we want to keep this exclusively on the metallics. This leg, however, on the tarnished leg, nah, slap the oil wash all over it. Get the metals looking gross. That'll help clean everything up and help blend everything in to make it look more like it belongs. So this is the grimy bits. Let's get it grimy. This guy's giving me Hulk on super Helldive difficulty. Make sure to get some in around the foot. And again, like it's looking so good. I'm having a hard time getting over how good this thing is turning out. Do your best to keep it off the red, but if you get any on the red, it'll be very easy to clean it off later, so it's the advantage to these oil washes. They're just so good. And then same thing, come over to this shoulder. Like such. Get that nice greased up Dreadnought feel. And now,
As I said, everything's coming together. He's starting to look like old farm equipment, just like he was requested.
Who would be happy if this was their Dreadnought?
Cover the hand, get a nice coat. And Candy Apple Red is the exact color I'm going for because it is supposed to be Mustang Red. Because it's based on, again, the 1950s Ford tractor, which came in, it was Mustang Red and white in color. And what I'm doing here is I'm just pulling some of the grime up onto the white. Because then what I can do is I can come in and kind of smooth this all out after. I know it seems really weird that I'm like pulling this over the plaid like I am, but this is going to smooth out my plaid for me. And voila!
Not your aesthetic.
This was the viewer request, or this was by request, and again, we are still at the griming stage, so there will still be some cleaning to be done. And again, the reason we do the heavy brown is because we're going to come back in afterwards and remove most of this, which will clean a lot of these details back up. Oil washes are lazy. It's essentially just dipping your model. And pull this over the red. And again, same thing. You're probably sitting there being like, dude, you're ruining this. And I know it looks like I am. But we have to trust the process. And like such. Just heavy oil washing right now. And we'll come back in afterwards and remove a lot of this. And just kind of use some paper towel, get the excess pigment out. And again, like this looks bad right now, but that's because it's at an ugly stage, which is a gross washing. So we still have to go through. We're going to remove about 80% of that wash. Maybe 90. And then we'll go through and do one final highlighting. I will say, it does look a little bit more Christmassy than I was hoping for. But it definitely still again, it's important to understand the direction I received was refurbished tractor. So that also plays a role in the kind of paint job that we're doing. So we do need to capture a bit more of that grim dark aspect, which is not how I normally paint. Now, I'm kind of wondering right now because I'm kind of exhausted. I'm like, maybe I could just spray the horses and do the same thing to them. But yeah, typically you want to let the oil sit for about an hour, and then you're going to come back in with a Q-tip and remove the excess. So you do actually go in and clean the panels off, polish them, and it blends everything out for you. But it will hide how imperfect the blends are. Yeah, I'm really excited for this Dreadnought. I think it looks really cool. I think the red looks really good. I'm not sold on the white yet, and I think that the armor and the metallic looks really good. I think the white armor is what's lacking, though. But getting the gun, getting the hand, getting all that kind of stuff to where it's at, that feels good. I mean, I could technically just come in and start with the Q-tip now, but it's easier to just let it cure a bit first. But I'll show you guys the process a little bit here, because we got some drips and stuff, so it might take longer. So let's put some gloves on. What you're going to do, you're just going to grab a little stack of Q-tips, and we're going to do reverse painting now. Reverse painting, that sounds really silly, and it kind of is a silly concept, but that's the best way to describe what we're doing, is you're going to take... And I like to wear gloves when I'm working with oils, just because you're working in like you're working with more solvents, you're working with stuff that is very often poisonous or toxic. So, like, mineral spirits are poisonous. So it's best to, I think if anything has a big poison marker on the bottle, it's probably best to keep it off your skin if you can avoid it. So without touching the model too much, you're going to take your Q-tip with some mineral spirits. And in gentle circles, you can polish the areas that you want to look less muddy. So this is what I call a civilization step. So this is something... I mean, if you want to snort some resin dust, buddy, let's meet up. Don't be snorting resin dust without me. Don't be talking about resin dust unless you brought enough to share with the class. But you guys see how I can use the Q-tip now, and I'm coming through essentially, and I'm polishing some of these surfaces like such. And we're able to end up with that clean white instead, with that nice hard line like we just had there. You've made a big decision, Remnant. You're marrying your daughter to Spain to secure an alliance with Denmark. No, Spain is weak. Portugal. Not highlighting the Craigs. That's honestly a fair choice, man. You have so many of them. I mean, how many times have you heard me say, don't bother with shit like that on your rank and file? If they're your gaming troops, if they're your gaming pieces, don't drive yourself crazy. Throw a contrast paint on them and call them done. Not everything has to be display quality. Not everything has to be for armies on parade. You know, I would like to have an armies on parade ready army. That's what I would like to, you know, that would be a fun one for me. But you guys see how I'm coming through essentially with just a Q-tip. I'm cleaning my surfaces. Pulling the grime off of them, getting them looking fresh, crispy, and clean. Two to 1 Agrax Delamium. My friend, that is in fact the golden ratio. Like such, guys. See what I mean? Where we're just coming across and really cleaning those panels. Long stream today? Yeah, man. I'm doing 6.5 hours going from now on. Am I being a bit less interesting, or am I like just not? Have I been getting like lost in the work? Because I feel like the longer I paint for, that does tend to happen. But yeah, no, I'm doing 6.5 hour streams from now on. Other than Sundays where I'm only going to do 4. But for the most part, yeah, we're increasing the frequency and the intensity at which we stream because I want to see some serious growth this year. And Twitch is one of those things where you just got to grind it out, you know? So at the end of the day, the more hours you put in live, the more successful you will be over time. So yeah, we made the decision because we have the time, the effort. Exactly. It would be nice to have spendable income. Honestly, it's like it would be nice to have more. Like it's one of those things where like you know, for the last year of trying to be an artist, my wife has kind of been the rock in the relationship. And like she's put up with some shit that she really did not need to. So it's kind of nice to be at a point right now where I'm able to be like, hey, babe, like I'm actually making not good money, but enough to like justify what we're finally at a point where we're like we can justify the time and the investment and everything because the economy here sucks. Like I do acknowledge that, you know, as a painter, I make minimum wage. Like, I'm not upset about... Not upset about that, because I could make minimum wage at McDonald's, working much harder and being much more miserable. Or I could do it painting, get better and better and better, keep doing it live, keep working on building my audience and my clientele, And it's just, you know, it's really amazing to me that we get to do this.
And see how as we're erasing the grime, it's just blending everything out for us.
Sleepy. How are you feeling about it now? I mean, again, it still might not be your thing. It is a busy model. But it's definitely coming together now, eh? I know I'm sitting here talking about how good it looks while I'm like slapping brown shit all over it, and I can understand sometimes it's hard to be like, dude, you're literally ruining the model right now. Why are you talking about how good it looks? So again, we're using a bit of mineral spirits like an eraser. Man, my monitor is flickering on me a lot right now. Is it just telling me that like I'm away or something and then keeps getting brought back because OBS? Maybe.
Let's see, because I move my mouse and then
Let's see if it stops for a bit, because then I can confirm that that's what's going on, because then I just have to make sure that my monitor rest period is not stupid low or something. Might just be set to 30 minutes. Nope, it's still doing it. Oh well. I'll figure out the monitor flicker after, because it's still working enough that I can read chat periodically and see what you guys are talking about, so I'm not too worried. It is annoying to have a screen that's just flickering. Yeah, I adjusted. Okay, it's doing it. Okay, it's getting faster that it's happening now, so it's definitely the refresh rate. So let's go display settings. Okay, let's try a different one. Advanced display settings. Let's try 60 hertz. No, I don't want 60 hertz interlaced. I want 60 hertz regular. Oof. After just staring at 75 frames, that the 60 looks not good now. Damn it. I've never gotten to use like 75 or 120 frames before, so the first time I'm like seeing it in person, now I'm like, ooh, shiny. And then I just had to drop back down to 60, and I was like, what is this caveman shit? This is coming from a guy who was literally working in 30 frames a second yesterday. Or up until yesterday, I was working in 30 frames a second. So let's start cleaning up and degriming the whites. Flip the Q-tip. Bang! Keep erasing. And yeah, so adjusting the refresh rate just seems to have fixed it for the moment. And as you see, guys,
as we remove the grind from the Dreadnought, we end up with the smashed up leg. We got that nice paint job working out.
you just got to clean up the white a little bit more, and then I have to get it to a pure white, I think. So I got to figure out once it's cured, I got to let it. I got to go up to pure white in a few areas, I think. So I might have to like just glaze a bunch of white and figure out how that's gonna work out because I hate painting white. But that's okay.
We are now 5 hours into the stream.
Having a good time, having a good day. If you are new to the stream, please consider giving us a follow. It helps out a ton. And fun reminder, we have our YouTube channel now set up. So if you guys are not able to catch the VODs, or if you want to see the bits, if you got to leave part way and want to catch what you missed, good news, it'll be available on YouTube. No more dealing with the BS that is Twitch's on demand. And there we go. Oh, crap.
There we go.
Okay. This guy needs some time to dry now. 24 hours to be exact. So he goes off to the side for a little while. $24 for that to finish curing and drying. Those red details look so flipping good in person. The ring light is a little bit harsh, so you know you're not getting true color representation. But man, oh man, I can't wait for you guys to see that. I'm also definitely feeling my back right now. So I'm going to stand up, have a little stretch. Little pop pop. And enjoying today. And like such. Okay. I'm just booting up, checking the YouTube. There's one person watching over there right now. Thank you, YouTube viewer. Throw something in the chat. I do have my YouTube chat open. It is read only, but I see you there, YouTuber. So if you were able to, give me a wave or say hello. Okay, that's drying. There's only so much I can do right now. We just pretty much keep making sure I've got everything on these horsies ready for them to get varnished. But they're pretty close to that stage too right now. So like, I mean, I kind of just want to hit them with an oil wash too. I'm gonna see what happens. Take a bit of this tone here with grab a bit of flesh and a bit of blue at the same time. A bit more blue. A bit more flesh. Yeah, that's a good dead skin tone. Let's throw a nice little bit of color on the severed head. Let's go around, grab any other severed heads. And then when we take an ad break here, guys, we have another varnishing break. I'm going to get these guys glossed, but I'm also going to say that if I go and get these guys glossed, that might bring us towards the end of our stream today because I can't really do anything for about 45 minutes because I will have to wait for the varnish to dry on all of these. So, well, that's not true. I could always build a model or two on stream. We'll make the decision when we get back if we're going to go all the way until 4 o'clock. So again, find any severed heads they might have. There's lots of they all seem to have one. So make sure we're just going to go through, get that. And again, here's a quick 3-minute warning on the ad break, guys. So if you are a subscriber, you don't have to watch the ads. And if you are not a subscriber, in about 3 minutes, we do have an ad break coming up. Here we go, we got all the heads painted in. Final detail to hit is some orange on a couple spots, and then I really can't just get away with rushing them the rest of the way. I'm going to take some pure Troll Slayer orange, put that down on my palette with a little bit of water, get it flowing. And we just have to grab a couple small details now. So if you see any heads, go through and get the orange hair. Because again, remember that there's not a lot of diversity in the area, so we're going to assume that these are, maybe there's some infighting that happens amongst, or maybe they wear the heads of their fallen dead as a way to honor them. Who knows? You can create your own. You can create your own lore. It's your own world. They're your models. You can tell whatever story you want to tell with them. For me, keeping the consistent, just all of them have orange hair has been kind of saving my sanity a bit on this project. So. For those of you that are not subscribers, when the ad break hits, we're just going to be painting the orange. We're not going to be doing anything. We're not going to move on. I'm not going to teach anything while you're gone, so don't feel like you're missing out. And we're just going through painting the hair, the tassels, picking out all the orange on the model that needs to be orange. Because this is a consistent across the whole army. All the tassels and hair is orange. All the weapon wraps are blue. So we're just going through, popping in, picking it all out. Enjoy the ad break, guys. We're going to get this finished up really quick, and then we're going to go and do a varnish. So we get those nice tassels, paint them orange. Tassels and hair. And then rotate the model. And then one more to go. There we go. We've got all of the heads, all the hair. Do a quick double check, make sure we got all of them. All right. I'm going to go take a quick adventure, do some varnishing here, guys. I know we're on ad break right now, but I'm going to go and spray these guys so that way we can wash them. Okay, guys, we are back right now, and we have just finished spraying the horses, which kind of leaves me in a bit of a pickle because I've got no models currently available to paint. I can assemble a couple, but my priming board is currently in use for the next 45 minutes, so I can't even prime these shields and get them ready to go. So it's up to you guys what we do right now. I'm going to put it up to a quick vote. If anybody wants to see me just build some Chaos Warriors, hang out, chat, shoot the shit, whatever, we can do that. Or we'll take an early day today. So we finished up. We're all done what we need to get done today. And yeah, we've gotten about as far as we can currently. There's nothing wrong with that. I definitely know that sometimes we just finish up what we're working on. So maybe we try building one of our Chaos Knights. Let's try getting the Chaos Knights ready. So let's grab some instructions and see what we're in for. Has anybody in here, do we have any Age of Sigmar players? Is there a specific way I should be building my Chaos Knights as well? Is there a preferred way to play them? What's the scoop? What's the down low? What do I need to do with my horse boys? What do my horsey boys need? So with AOS, what you do is you take your Chaos Knights, you throw them out. Okay. And get Skaven instead. I mean, that's so much work to paint Skaven. I really would like to do a Skaven army. I just... You know, I'm going to be honest. You had me in the first half. I was reading along with that being like, okay. Okay, let's build a Chaos Knight. Alright, it says I will need to put piece 43, 44, and 45 together. Well, here's 44. No. There's 44. Here's 42. Wait. No. God, these kids suck. 45. Okay, I found 45. Where's 43? Anybody else just love how GW loves to put like their sprues where it's like, hey, you're gonna get half of a horse on this sprue, and the other half of a horse is on a completely different sprue. Go find it, you fucking idiot. What do you suck at building models or something? I mean, the reason I got into Chaos Warriors, if I'm being honest, is because I wanted an army that wouldn't be 8 billion pieces. Okay, so like, but actually I'm getting like slightly confused right now because I cannot seem to figure out where piece number 44 or 43 is. I have 45 and 44, which are beside each other. 43 is not on this sprue. What is with GW and building their kits this way? I genuinely do not know why they do it. It's one of the most infuriating things about their modeling, though, is they need to work on getting single models on the same sprue, so that way, the kits aren't intuitive like they used to be. Okay, here's 43. It's on a completely different sprue. But I mean, when I say the kits aren't intuitive like they used to be, what I mean by that is you get something like the Orc Boy kit, for example. You don't need to look at the instructions to build a box of Orc Boys. Or at least the old Orc Boys. You didn't need the instructions to build them. You could immediately open the box and figure it out because the model itself or the kits themselves were intuitive. Are these push fits? Like, are these actual push fits? Are you fucking kidding me? So I'm not sure if you guys know this. This is a trick you're gonna hear from the GW staff as well. But a good trick for your push fit models is to completely cut the pegs off, because push fit sucks dick. Just I go from very peaceful to just very aggressive very quickly. Yeah, so if you're dealing with push fit, one of the best things you can do in a situation like this, trim the pegs down. It's a well-known fact that the pegs will make it harder. Not easier for you. See? That'll help with the gaps. And then I need to put a piece number 15A, 44. Okay, so 44. Let's go back and find that. Okay. This horse is missing part of its head, which means I'm going to have to put on, like, part of a horse face later. Whoa. So we clip that. Okay, so that's how that's going to go together. Okay. So for starters, we're going to remove that. We're going to grab some plastic cement. We're just going to get some of that in here, across that peg, a little bit on the front here. Get that ready to melt. AK go chop chop chop. The SK go pop 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 pop. AK go chop 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 chop. And get that nice and ready to adhere. Banging. Give it a nice squeeze. That way we don't end up with a stupid gap. And this looks like we've got our first Chaos Horseman started. So yeah, in AOS then, no. They announced a new Death Dread? What was wrong with the old Death Dread? $46, okay. So I'm just looking for half of a dude. Yeah, okay. It's not a throw pick in media. Okay. Let's check this out. I feel like that's not an Orc Death Dread. That's Admech. That is no, dude. That is Admech. But I see you are in the mood to do some conversion. Okay. Okay, so that piece is supposed to go in here like this, but obviously because it's a push fit, it doesn't work. So just make sure to snip your pins off. And remember that Games Workshop needs to figure out how to make a kit that pushes together. And then just for a little bit of extra attack, I'm going to come in here like this and just melt the shit out of that. And really just make sure that this leg ain't going nowhere. And deal with my seams, deal with my gap filling by just pushing. Excellent. He has a left leg now. Woo! Okay, apparently the next step is I put his arms on. That's a stupid step. What weapon do you think the Chaos Champion should get? Do we give him the lance or the flail? I mean, obviously he gets the flail. It'd be stupid not to give it to him. I just wish that we had more cool weapons for them because I don't love the lances. Maybe I will have to do some conversion on them and give them like war axes or something to just make them feel better. Okay, so that one goes on. So 46. Then 47 goes on the other side. So now I have to go find arm number 47. Give him a multi-melta. I wish I could. I cast multi-melta. I don't understand what the points of these kits are being so multi-piece when they're so not modular, you know? Like, what's the point in cutting the sprue into 80, or cutting the model into 12 pieces if you don't allow for posability? Riddle me that, G-dubs. Like, actually, though, riddle me that. Also, I've now officially had to go across 3 different sprues to build one model. Why is the parts to one model spread across all 3 sprues in this kit? That doesn't seem... So it says this arm goes in like this. How the fuck does that arm go on? I'm sorry, what the fuck is this supposed to be? This is actually what it's telling me to do. This is the correct piece number on the correct arm in the correct order, and yet Are you kidding me? Okay, it says I'm supposed to apply it by putting this pin in to this slot here. And that should make that fit there. Okay. Wow. I hate this model. Well, I don't actually hate it, but like, dang. That's annoying. So start, the way to make that one work was to go over this way and do the push fit first. I believe, yeah, that's how we did it. Okay, so we push that in to get that nice and right. You just gotta take the arm and make it go like that instead. There we go. So the flail fits really awkwardly. But I guess we'll just clip the pig. What's the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? African or European? Oh man, you're not gonna squeak a Monty Python past me. Okay. There we go. Let's move along to the next one. Or to the next piece. What do we need next? Apparently his head goes on, and then his torso, and then his cape, and then his shield. What the fuck is the order of this model? And of course, the actual horse's head is attached to the shield, so you can't do like an effective subassembly. Thanks, Games Workshop. You suck. Alright, let's clip a head out for this guy. Okay. Clip the head out, got that ready to rock and roll. And after we build this, guys, we're going to wrap up for the day. We've been going for 5.5 hours. So I'm just getting into doing 6-hour streams. It's my first day of it. And, say it's 15C. What the? Oh, 50. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna get this guy assembled, built, put together. Now, if there's one thing you guys are learning from push-fit models and working on this with me, it's what? What's the important lesson I want you guys to take away from this? It's that pegging and miniatures don't go together. Get all your pieces, see how they fit together. And like such. Bang. Next step is going to, of course, be getting that of course, the final step is going to be getting the cloak to fit. Because these models have to be built in a way. We actually don't have any data regarding the airspeed velocity of the South African swallow. I feel like that should be the easiest thing in the world to get somebody in your field to take interest in, no offense. I feel like getting scientists to want to perform a Monty Python related experiment would be like very easy to secure funding for. I can't think of anybody in your community who wouldn't want to know the answer to that question. Okay, so the next thing we needed was piece number 51, which is another peg. So we're going to just make sure to come in here, snip that off. Nice little slop of that in the shoulder there, along here, along the top of the back. Get that good to go. And then we just very carefully little gap filling trick on some of the shoulders, or on areas like the shoulders that you can use. Brush a little bit of cement on. Give a squeeze. And then we just got to put a head in. Oh crap, that's the downside when you do that, is you cannot do what I just did, which is touch the model like that. Oh crap. I just really messed up that shoulder. I'm going to have to sand that after. Crap. That happens sometimes, though. And there we go. Now we just got to attach the horse's head and the shield, which is piece number 52. Yeah, this model has been split across 3 different sprues. That can kiss my ass. That's too many sprues for one model. Okay, let's see what we got here. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's going to be a pain in the ass. Oh well. They're not going to assemble the other way, so doesn't leave me a lot of choice. So we just go slap some of this around in here. Get that looking good. Pop that on. For this, what I'm doing is I'm just gonna brush a little bit more of the cement on to try and wipe out my thumbprint. We'll lose a bit of the texture in the fold in that section of the cape, but I'd rather lose that than I'd rather have lost some texture than have my thumb as part of the texture. Okay, that's the first of 5 Chaos Knights built. Those will make a nice addition, again, to my Slaves to Darkness army. And I think it's fitting that we're going to be working on our STDs going into February. Yeah, no worries, Rich. I'm actually going to do the same thing here. I got a model built there. We're waiting on some stuff to dry. This is typically the stuff I'd rather do when I don't have to focus on things like framing and all that. So we've been streaming for just for almost 6 hours now. This is going to be the new norm. I appreciate everybody who tuned in, hung out, and followed, shared bits, anything. If you're new to the stream, we're live 5 days a week, and I hope to see you guys around. If you're a regular, consider sharing the stream to some of your friends. Shut up, Unhealthy, and get whatever the fuck your name is. You're getting the band hammer as soon as I'm done scratching my leg here. Bonk. Okay. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. And yeah, remember to share the stream with your friends. If you're interested in getting any commissions done, you can access me on Discord. We're live 5 days a week, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays. We are live from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. every day except Sunday, where we do an evening stream, 8 p.m. to midnight. Thank you very much, and I hope everybody has an amazing rest of the day. That was a spam bot that I was dealing with, Rich. That's all.